never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israeli forces are now in the second phase of their war against Hamas. Netanyahu spoke on national television yesterday as IDF forces launched a major ground incursion into Gaza. He warned that it'll be a long and difficult war and called it the second war of independence for Israel. Netanyahu said every effort will be made to rescue the more than 200 hostages being held by Hamas. And International Red Cross officials calling the small number of trucks getting into Gaza with humanitarian aid a drop in the ocean.
Is only a small fraction of what the Gaza Strip and Gazans need today.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Red Cross International Committee Director General Robert Martini said 6 trucks of aid arrived in Gaza on Friday and 3 more made it in on Sunday. Martini downplayed concerns about the aid being diverted by Hamas. He said the Red Cross uses very robust and rigorous measures to make sure aid gets to the right places for civilians in desperate need. 2 people are dead, 18 others were injured in a shooting after a fight between 2 groups broke out in the street early this morning in Tampa, Florida. Officers were present when the incident happened in Tampa's Eboro neighborhood just about 3 a.m. Authorities believe there were at least 2 shooters involved. It's not yet clear whether all 18 people injured in the incident suffered gunshot wounds or other injuries. SpaceX has launched 22 Starlink satellites into orbit. The successful liftoff was from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. It was the first of 2 Sunday launches for SpaceX. The private space company planned a launch of another 23 Starlink satellites this evening from Cape Canaveral in Florida. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Dean Phillips, a congressman from Minnesota, has formally declared his candidacy for the presidency. As per the New Hampshire Secretary of State's office, the Democrat has submitted the necessary paperwork to participate in the New Hampshire primary election. Phillips made his potential presidential aspirations public yesterday, commending Biden for his contributions to the country while expressing concern over the data suggesting the Democrats will be in a critical situation come next November. He also contended that Biden's age and declining approval ratings could make him a less formidable Democratic contender. People of Maine are beginning to attempt to get their lives back to normal after Wednesday's mass shooting in Lewiston.
This Saturday, a sigh of relief in the state of Maine. After a 48-hour manhunt, detectives in Maine find the mass shooting suspect dead. He shot himself in the head. This after killing 18 people at a bowling alley and a bar.
We're going to grieve for the families that lost loved ones here.
Lewiston, Maine Police Chief David St. Pierre.
We're going to continue to work. We're going to persevere, and we become better people for it.
I'm Laura Winters.
The Pentagon has unveiled footage depicting a Chinese fighter jet flying within a mere 10 feet of an American B-52 bomber. The incident happened earlier this past week above the South China Sea. U.S. officials have labeled it as a hazardous maneuver that posed a significant risk of a mid-air collision. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, I do believe that would be my cue. Time to close out the weekend. We'll fire up a brand new week. Yes, indeed. So here comes a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. All good things must come to an end, so they say. So welcome aboard. Got the big show. Monday edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. As we hunker down in the secret bunker, Southwest Ohio, it's a rainy night. If you love a rainy night, it's your kind of night. We're hanging in at 54 degrees, but we're anticipating the cold front. Just as much of the country is anticipating a cold front because we've got freeze warnings stretching all the way to the southwestern portions of Texas, much of Oklahoma, southern Kansas on up through much of Missouri, Illinois, southern Wisconsin tonight. Now, those are freeze warnings. As we progress into the upcoming day, Monday night into Tuesday morning, we'll have those freeze warnings stretching from central Texas all the way up into the northeastern USA. Yes, just in time for Halloween. Yeah, speaking of which, as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, happy Halloween Eve. The rest of the country will be joining us as we roll into the 30th day of October to get the new week started. So lots to cover. Wow, where to begin? Updates, UAW. Progress for some. A step in the wrong direction for one remaining holdout. I guess we can briefly say Ford struck a tentative agreement late last week. Stellantis over the weekend also striking a tentative agreement. The lone holdout, a.k.a. General Motors, has now seen the strike. The antes have been upped as another 4,000 workers walked off the job over the weekend. Where is that? We'll tell you. We'll break it down for you. Big weekend, college football. How about that? Most of the games, I don't know if Big Ed's going to join us or not. He said that was a hard pill to swallow. The biggest upset, I guess you'd have to say, was number 22 Kansas. Well, they're 22 now. Going into the weekend, Oklahoma was at 6th. Yeah, they dropped down to 10th, losing to Kansas. 38-33 was the final score there. I got to tune into some of that game. Tough loss. Sorry about that. Boomer Sooner. Loser. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, we'll delve into the rest of the college football weekend. Once we get through the Monday Night Football, we will close out another NFL weekend. Who winners and losers Sunday. We'll break it down for you. World Series underway as the Game 2 was played. I guess that was Saturday night. Things are tied up. Diamondbacks and the Rangers, 1 game apiece. So we'll be talking World Series action through the upcoming week as well. Let's start off with our, I guess you'd call it the trick-or-treaters forecast. Forecasters say that this Halloween is going to feature more than just ghosts and ghouls, especially across the north-central states. It's going to be a chilly, windy pattern. Sets up across the region winter-like conditions for a few major metro areas. As we look at this big plunge in the jet stream, directing bitterly cold air coming out of the Canadian prairies, some of the coldest air of the season so far is moving in. Widespread chill expanding across the northern plains into the Great Lakes region early this week. Areas like Chicago, you're probably only going to see daytime highs in the 30s for the first time this season. Mother Nature going to be dealing out more tricks versus treats across the Midwest for Halloween as the cold, blustery, potentially snowy scene unfolds. Places like Milwaukee, Madison, Wisconsin, Grand Rapids, Michigan, even Chicago could maybe see their first snowflakes of the season. Right about the time the kids are venturing out for trick-or-treating. We've been monitoring this pattern for the last week, saying that the feature tracking over the Great Lakes will bring a quick swath of snow showers to the region. The threat for snow across the Midwest Tuesday night. It's a clipper system, Alberta clippers we call them. When we get into the winter months, they don't typically have a whole lot of moisture to work with, so you don't talk about big snow accumulations. In most cases, a dusting inch or two is what you'd be looking for. Minneapolis, you're projected to have high temperatures in the middle 30s for Halloween. Occasional snow showers persisting into the morning hours. Now, if you look back, last Halloween turned out to be the warmest recorded, October 31, in nearly 20 years. This year, you'll prove to be a whole lot colder. Temperatures ranging from 25 to 30 degrees, lower than what you saw last year. If the forecast of 35 comes to fruition Halloween Tuesday. It'll be the coldest Halloween since 2019 there. As that storm, though, continues to track southeast across the Great Lakes from the early to middle parts of this week, that cold front's going to keep up winds from the Dakotas to Missouri, Illinois. Yeah, you're going to have to secure those Halloween decorations out in the yard. We could see gusts in excess of 35 miles per hour in the early week here. By the evening hours Tuesday, temperatures are going to creep into the upper 20s around the Twin Cities. So undoubtedly, any trick-or-treaters that do venture out going to have to put on some extra layers under those costumes. As the sun goes down, temperature's going to trend a few degrees to the low to mid-20s Tuesday evening. Much of southeastern South Dakota, southern Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. Further north across North Dakota and northern Minnesota, temperatures are going to drop even into the teens Halloween night. So it's going to be a rather chilly trick-or-treat this year, but it could be worse. If you remember back in time, the Halloween blizzard of 1991, that still holds the crown of one of the coldest, snowiest Halloweens on record for the Twin Cities. Minneapolis picked up 28.4 inches of snow between October 31st and November the 2nd that year. So not quite that bad, but nonetheless, it's going to be a shock. Now, even much deeper into the heart of the country in the south central states, the cold air is going to be moving in. Folks along the eastern seaboard, enjoy your still rather warm Monday into Tuesday. The cold is coming your way as well. Who's on board as we kick things off on a Monday? Flip over to the Facebook feed. Philly Dan, it's that time again. Yes, happy Monday. How about those Eagles? Another win. Way to go. Debbie checks in from South Central Montana, where she says the roads and the skies are beginning to clear. We're at 14 degrees right now, going down to 2. Yeah, 2 degrees. Stay safe, slow down, and move over for the emergency vehicles. Hello to Marianne, who says, good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Good morning to the Dipsy driver and Lily from Darla and the Fur Babies. Hello to Buckeye Boy, Pappy, Gilligan, all the folks chiming in. Good afternoon, hammer down, and be safe. Larry is on board. It's kind of wet here in the Northeast, hanging on at 51 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line this Sunday night into Monday morning. There is the Dipsy driver. Hello, Steve, the best informed, entertained audience. 42, and of course, more rain here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Did you know why Dracula could never find a roommate? He's a big pain in the neck. Thanks to all the hardworking men and women behind the wheel out there, the brave behind the badge, and those who have worn or are wearing those fantastic U.S. military uniforms. Thank you, Dipsy driver. Copy the mail there, 5-7. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve. 35 degrees, windy and rainy in San Angelo, Texas tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked under the LED truck stop lights. It's glowing in the rain, a truly epic look. A special Lone Star shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Producers Livestock Market tonight. John checking in. Hello, Steve and Stevettes. Godspeed to you and your followers. God bless the United States of America and, of course, the nation of Israel. Hello to Cass. Hello from Coleraine. You're one of my neighbors there, Cass. Good to have you on board. Good morning, America. It's illegal chicken here. Busting out the Long Johns in northern Illinois. God bless our truckers, and God bless you, Steve Summers. God bless America. Roy in northwest Illinois. Clearing overnight. Widespread frost in our forecast. Dropping down to about 27 degrees, 5 to 10 mile an hour winds. Brr. All right. Hello to Gerald. Steve, I think you should give out your address so we can all come by and trick or treat at your house. or not, maybe. I have just based on the forecast, it's going to be so darn cold for the little munchkins, the little trick-or-treaters. Yeah, they'll be able to, got to take them out and at least hit a few houses. Yeah, like in our neighborhood, they'll hit a street or two. But I remember last Halloween, it was a beautiful night. I think we had a record number of trick-or-treaters. Almost ran out of candy, so I don't know what to anticipate this time around. I just have a sneaky suspicion the numbers will be down. Now, my wife says, I don't care how cold it is. They're still going to trick-or-treat. These kids, they don't care. Gary, southbound I-75 at the Tennessee line. We're still at 65 degrees. Everybody stay safe out there tonight. Okay, then there's Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 62 degrees. Had a beautiful weekend here. We were in the 80s. Had a great time at Six Flags Saturday with the grandkids. Yeah, stepson and I won a big stuffed dog for the two that wanted him shooting basketball. Whole park was absolutely packed with people with the great weather. Everybody exhausted by the end of the day, and we had the three girls stay the night with us. My first attempt at iron skillet biscuits went okay, but I've got a lot of work to do to get them where I want. But how about those Buckeyes over the weekend? Yes, it was good to have Henderson, our running back, playing once again. Everybody have a great night, and be careful out there. And hello, Dingbat. Hello, Steve. Dingbat says, I know, my lovely Gators lost this weekend. I'm home doing my punishment of housework while Braindead's out there delivering the groceries tonight. Hope all's well. Hope everybody has a great week coming up. And, oh, yeah, go Gators. Winners and losers. There can only be one winner in any given game, right? It is 844-844-3388 as we kick off a new week. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so it was the big noon kickoff there. Oklahoma versus Kansas, high noon Saturday. Yeah, Kansas pulled one out of the hat, 38-33 final score there. Now, we'll take a look elsewhere around the country. I'm going to jump over to Big Ed. Yeah, you said that was are you with me, first of all?
Yeah, I'm with you. Trust me, I've been waiting for the show to start. Even took me a little nap waiting for the show to start.
Well, I appreciate it.
Got to call in and eat crow. Not Scott Crow, but crow. You know, man, I swear, how do you figure it out, Steve? You know, Oklahoma had what they was 100% projected they was going to be in that college football playoff, 100%. And now we need all kinds of help. And trust me, I was rooting for Wisconsin Saturday night.
I bet you were.
But I don't know. I'm looking at the top 10. We're number 10.
Number 10, yeah.
Have you looked at the top 10?
Yeah, I've got it before me here. I get you. So you dropped from 6 down to 10. Oregon jumped up to number 6, I believe.
Right. You got Georgia at 1, Michigan at 2, Ohio State at 3. Now, one of them two is going to lose. You know that. Georgia might lose. It all depends. You know who they play in the conference championship. So let's see. That's 1, 2. Washington might lose. I don't see Florida State. I don't know who they got left on their schedule. Then if Oklahoma can manage to pull their heads out, which we got another big test this weekend against Oklahoma State, so we lose one more, we're completely out of the picture. But you got Texas at number 7, and Alabama at number 8, and then Penn State at number 9, and then Oklahoma at number 10. Is that what you're showing?
That's what I'm seeing. Yes, sir.
So I say it's maybe 40% chance we get in, which, it's like I say, when I get on the bandwagon, that always happens, man. It always happens. But what really blew my mind is they had that danged interception. There was, I think, about 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. I thought, okay, the offense will do their job. We can run that clock out. And just, 3 times right up the gut. Didn't even try to pass, or they didn't even try to use any of the other running backs. And the old Levy said, oh, that's all on me. Come on, man. Hell, I'm just a truck driver, and I could have done better that last 2 minutes and 30 seconds calling them plays. You know, it's easy to be a couch coach. But, man, when the whole football world can sit there and see it, I mean, and you're sitting there at the game up there at the top watching it, surely you got better smarts. But, who am I? You know, I'm just a truck driver. Am I disappointed? Not quite. I just knew that somehow or another they'd figure out how to lose a game this year. But, man, I was crying in my Bud Light. There's Saturday, so that I don't know what to say other than like I say this weekend they got another big test. When does Ohio State and Michigan play? You know?
They've got Ohio State has Rutgers next weekend. Let me scroll on down here. Then the following weekend, November the 11th, that's Ohio State, Michigan State. I'm sorry, not Michigan, Michigan State.
Probably then they'll play them one should play them the last game of the season or Thanksgiving week.
Yeah, it's Ohio State and Michigan. That's November 25th. So right there at Thanksgiving time. Yeah, that's always the big rivalry game.
That will be a good game. That'll be a must-watch game. So you're going to have one loss there. But, I'm going to be I like to think I know football. I got to be honest with you, Steve, and I'm being serious with the heart attack. I see Ohio State taking it all. I really do.
Really?
Because, man, they have got a dang good defense. Of course, you got Ohio State's got the premier defensive coordinator in the nation. Oh, Jim knows. That man knows his business. You guys got, he come from Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State, when he was Oklahoma State, the only reason he left Oklahoma State was Ohio State paid him more money. But that guy, he has always got that defense prepared. and you got just enough firepower that I'll be surprised if I was going to pick a national championship this year. I hope I don't eat crow, but I see Ohio State taking it all. I don't see anybody to beat them. Serious. I don't mean to give you the big head, but that's just the way I see it.
Well, that, like you said, that Ohio State-Michigan game, that's going to be big, big, big.
And, all that sign stealing everybody's raising the ruckus about. I mean, come on. Who doesn't do that? Some guy, some assistant or whoever took it on himself to go out there and try to film these various teams and what their signs are. But I think it was Mike Leake said when he was alive that you might know our signs, but you still got to beat us out there on the field of play.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know them 100% accurate what they're going to do each play.
Well, there's obviously still a lot of football to be played. And as Knucklebuster so often says, any given Saturday or any given Sunday, right? But we got to pause there. We got to get our news break, and we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israeli forces are now in the second phase of their war against Hamas.
Israel starting the second phase of the war to wipe out Hamas terrorists. The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, warning citizens in northern Gaza to get out now and head south for food and water.
Former President Trump came out swinging last night in Las Vegas, calling President Biden a crook who's seeking to imprison him.
Until he indicted me, I never talked this way. But now I say gloves are off. He started a precedent.
The former president continues to enjoy a sizable lead in most GOP polls for president. The Texas Rangers wasted no time tying the World Series at Game 1 apiece Saturday night, handing the Arizona Diamondbacks a 9-1 loss in Arlington, Texas. Game 3 is slated for Monday night in Phoenix. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, get the new week started here. And lest I forget, let's welcome in our new affiliate. Coming online here this Monday, October 30th. San Antonio, Terrell Hills, Texas. That's KLUP, 9:30 a.m. Joining the Steve Summers Overnight Drive 4 hours a night, Monday through Friday. So welcome aboard, KLUP. Hope you'll find something interesting on our program and tell your friends about it. All right, Big Ed, you got your big in-state rivalry matchup next week, Oklahoma versus Oklahoma State.
Great. Let me welcome that San Antonio station right quick. Down horns. You're going to get your butts beat in the Big 12 championship, so don't be licking your chops so quick. Boomer Sooner. But, yeah, we do. We have a big in-state rivalry. And, you know, everybody in the Big 12 has been so sore at Oklahoma and Texas leaving and jumping to the Southeast Conference. And every game, and I think Sarkisian with Texas has got his players focused. Every team that we play in the Big 12, everybody says, well, Big 12's weak. No, they're not weak. They're bringing their A game. Every game they're bringing their A game against Oklahoma and Texas. You know, Texas hadn't had no easy run of it, even though they beat Alabama. So that mindset out there, there's a possibility that we could lose another game, you know. And I'll be honest with you, Steve. It ain't so much I care this year if we get into the playoffs, because next year it's going to be a 12-team playoff. You know that, correct?
Right. Big change.
So you look at the top 12 this year, and that would be nice, because you got a strong Notre Dame coming on. What really surprised me is Air Force. Air Force is 8-0, and they're down there at 17. Now, I haven't looked at their schedule, see who all they won against. But, you know, that's pretty impressive itself in today's college football world. But I'll tell you what, if the football gods were great, they're saying, well, if Oklahoma wins out and Penn State wins out, that they'll make the Peach Bowl. Come on, man. You want a good, interesting game with drama, match up Oklahoma and USC. You know, there's so much bad blood between the fan base there, all because of all that crap Lincoln Riley pulled when he left Oklahoma. And you know who his defensive coordinator is and where he come from, don't you? you know, because they're raising so much ruckus because USC don't have a defense. Which when he was in Oklahoma, we did have a defense, and that's old Alex Drench. And he's a Urban Meyer protege straight out of Ohio State. Did you know that?
I did not. Was not aware.
Yeah. I don't, you know, and there when he was at Ohio State, I think y'all were kind of sour up on him about a defensive play calling, and old Urban Meyer was smart enough to sell him off to old Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma. We got y'all's damn bad luck, and then it went to crap from there. But then when him and old Lincoln Riley snuck off like a couple of thieves in the middle of the night there a couple of years ago out to USC, I mean, that created a poison pot, brother. I would love to see that. More so than I'd like to see Oklahoma in the playoff. Are you with me?
I'm with you. I follow some college football. I'm not. You're the aficionado that has to give us all the analysis every Monday after the weekend.
Well, I appreciate the kudos there, Steve. And I'll tell you another team that really surprised me with their loss, and that was Oregon State. They got beat by Arizona, and you know they was a tough team. But I really see the one team I see winning all of it, and that's Ohio State. And I just don't see how. I don't care. I'd stack Ohio State up against anybody.
Wow.
Even Oklahoma, serious, because they just got one of the strongest defenses. Men, you know, they may be Ohio State and Georgia again. I don't know. Georgia, they're on shaky ground too. You know, they are. You know, the fans may not want to admit it. But all you got to do is watch what's going on out there on the field. So, other than that, I don't want to talk about the war because, you know, my thoughts go bad. All we need now is Joe Biden to be bringing them Palestinians over here from Gaza, you know, to give them, you know, that's been mentioned that he might think about that. You know, if he did something like that, yeah, he needed to be. Yeah, I don't even go there, so I better just keep my mouth shut. But anyway, Steve, love the program, love you, love the guys in San Antonio stations. Like I say, down with them horns, brother. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. All right, Ed, thank you for checking in here. Have a great week. See, our friend Canadian Terry is on 75 southbound in a rainy Toledo, Ohio tonight. Good to have you on board. Everybody be safe. Hello, Pappy, 52 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Rainy weekend, and it's not over. Let's get the week started, nocturnal listeners. Dial it up at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Let's go hammer down and be safe. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. Of course, it wouldn't be Monday if somebody didn't say it's the greatest day of the week.
The greatest day of the week. Greatest day of the week. You know, I got to disagree with Big Ed. I don't see Ohio State getting past Michigan. I look for Michigan to hand them the third loss in a row to the game. And they're going to be in the big house this year.
Okay, that's always a big game, and I mean, I guess maybe no bigger than this year.
It's a huge game. I don't know. I know Ohio State's got that. What's his name? Harrison? Is that his name?
Yeah.
The receiver.
Yep.
He's really good, but I don't know if I see him getting past a few of them. Oh, we'll see. I mean, we always talk trash till then, don't we?
Absolutely. Hey, did you eat Tide Pods when you were a kid?
No, I did not.
Did you like that?
But yeah, I did. That was good. I put on there Touche.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know if you saw it or not. But I guess you heard that shooting there outside of Tampa in Ybor City. That's one of the Tampa suburbs. They're not giving us very much information. It seems like there's two groups of people that had a shootout. There was, 30 or 40 shots fired from what I'm hearing. 2 dead so far.
Right.
I think one of them I read on Facebook was 14 years old. Now, what's a 14-year-old doing out at 3 o'clock in the morning? This happened at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I had to be home when the street lights were on at 14 years old. I don't know. Times are changing, I guess.
I haven't followed real close. I mean, I know they've arrested a 22-year-old in regards to that, and I guess 2 dead, 16 injured is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's fact about one of them being 14 years old, but if it is, I don't know. Seems awful young to be hanging out with. Even if they arrested a 22-year-old, what are they doing hanging around with 14-year-olds?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yep.
But, I don't know. I had to get there on that about U of M. So that's my prediction for that game. And U of M's got Rutgers this coming Saturday. Okay. I don't know who Ohio's playing, but we've got Rutgers coming up this weekend. But other than that, it's 67 degrees here at the Florida-Georgia line. And I appreciate you taking my call. That's all I've got.
All right. Well, thanks for kicking off the greatest day of the week, Captain Ron. Yeah, I mean, here's what I guess the latest out of Tampa. A 22-year-old arrested and charged with second-degree murder. I mean, it was most of these were like innocent bystanders, just a crowded street Sunday morning. The shooting started after a dispute between two groups broke out as hundreds of people were filing out of bars and nightclubs in the neighborhood there. I mean, just before 3 o'clock in the morning. Ultimately, a 14-year-old and a 22-year-old man were killed. Now, like you said, what's a 14-year-old doing out on the streets at 3 o'clock in the morning? Of the 16 injured, 15 were shot. One had other serious injuries, triaged at the scene. Many of the additional victims, ranging in age from 18 to 27, have been medically treated and released from the hospital. 5 remain in the hospital recovering, according to the statement late yesterday. Police said early on, 18 were injured, and Burkaw clarified 2 were killed and 16 others injured. That's the total number there. So 18 in total. One of several shootings that took place. I mean, Halloween celebrations. It was a lot of folks out there doing their Halloween partying over the past weekend. But this guy now faces a charge of second-degree murder with a firearm, according to Tampa police this past afternoon. Officers were able to charge this guy because of the community coming forward and assisting in the investigation. That we'd had a number of tips since appealing to the public on Sunday morning, he said. See something, say something applies everywhere, as he put it. Police say 2 handguns recovered at the scene, one of which was stolen. They're looking into whether other shooters might have been involved, but it all comes down to maybe gang-related, who knows. Rival disputes. See what's going on with Doc Holliday? Oh, yeah, it very well may be the smartest man in the world. What's going on, Doc?
Well, I may be tonight because Big Ed ain't got no idea what he's talking about. Georgia, the Bulldogs, is going to be the national championship again. There's just no doubt about it. Georgia's going to whoop everybody's ass.
So they're going to do a three-peat, 3 consecutive championships, you think?
3 consecutive championships, no doubt about it. Georgia is number 1 right now. They're a Big Ed, and they're beating Oklahoma. And Georgia is going to be 3 consecutive championships, no doubt about it. So I just wanted to let Big Ed know that he don't know what he's talking about.
All right, so we got a vote for Ohio State. We got a vote for Michigan. We got a vote for Georgia.
Ohio State, Michigan ain't got a chance when it comes to Georgia.
Uh-huh.
Georgia has beat every team they've played so far this year. They're number 1, and they're going to stay number 1, no doubt about it. But, Steve, I got to tell you, my company, I've got them sold on this Hot Shot Secret stuff. They are buying this stuff by the truckload now.
Okay.
You tell them people, you tell them people at Hot Shot Secret, I need some kind of a discount for getting my company sold on it now. Because I got a diesel pickup, and I just need some kind of a little compensation for getting my boss man sold on it, because we're using this in 300 trucks. So, but it's working though. I mean, my check engine light came on again the other day, right?
Uh-huh.
I called the boss man. I said, my check engine light come on. He said, all right, well, try that stuff you've been trying, that Diesel Extreme. I put the Diesel Extreme in it. 400 miles down the road, my check engine light went off. Injectors are fine. So I got to tell you, Steve, this Hot Shot Secret stuff works. It does work. I mean, if you got any kind of injector problem on the diesel side of it, it works great. I put like a bottle in the truck, I filled it up, 400 miles down the road, my check engine light goes off, it's working again. But the only thing about my truck, I can't figure it out, Steve. We got these pack car motors, right?
Yeah.
And about every 3,500 to 4,000 miles, I'm having to use Extreme. In between, I'm using what they call Hot Shot Secret EDT. And that's what they want everybody to use. And they want us to do it every like 15,000 miles. But my truck, Steve, every 4,000 miles, I'm having to put that stuff in there. And it's something to do with the injectors on these new engines. I don't know what it is. But anyway, when we put the Extreme in there, Steve, it works. And it clears everything up. So you let Hot Shot Secret know that my boss man has ordered this stuff by the truckload. And I just need some kind of a little compensation from Hot Shot Secret for getting him to use it.
I'll see who we can get in touch with. Thank you very much. Now, did I see correctly? Did I see correctly that you are going to be? Are you stuck somewhere for 4 days?
Yeah, I'm stuck here at the casino for 4 days.
I did not realize that was a casino. So you're not complaining?
Well, no, I ain't complaining, but I got 4 days in between my load again, so I'm stuck here at the casino up here in New York. So, I mean, it's tough, Steve. It's a hard job. Somebody's got to do it. But Steve, my company, I got a good company I work for. They pay me $210 a day and pay the hotel room to lay over here for 3 or 4 days. So every how many days I'm here, they give me $210 a day plus the hotel room to lay over here. So I'm not complaining. I got a good company.
Yep.
There ain't many companies that pay you that. But you let Big Ed know that he ain't got no idea what he's talking about, that Georgia is going to win this whole thing all the way down.
No doubt about it. Lot of smack talk going around here this Monday morning.
Yep, a lot of smack talk, but there ain't no smack when it comes to Georgia. Them Bulldogs, and Steve, I even went out and bought me an English Bulldog, just like the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah.
I got me an English Bulldog at home, and my daughter had a little toy gator the other day, and she throwed that Bulldog to gator, and your Bulldog eat that gator. Just like he's going to do with the rest of them.
Pulled the stuffing out of him.
I want Big Ed to know, you ain't got a chance. Georgia's going to be the national champs. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, Big Ed.
All right.
I'll talk to you later, Steve.
All right. Have fun there at the casino. Good luck this week, Doc. Good luck. You might need it. It's 8 before the hour. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who else on board here? Hello to Jeffrey, New York City. Good morning, Steve. Ready for an exciting show. You never disappoint. Thank you, Jeffrey. Rubber Duck, good morning from the back porch. Watching the Indy news versus Chicago news, and looks like Indy has more shootings, it seems. Okay. Big Ed said, Doc Holliday BS, you're full of doggy you-know-what. Let's get you some industry updates real quick here. Looks like Knucklebuster is going to check in on a Monday with some baloney and plenty of room for you. Let's start with Mack Trucks. I mean, we've had several deals come down the pike. You know, Mack already had one tentative agreement, which was, I guess you'd say, overwhelmingly rejected by the rank and file when 73% said no. Mack Truck officials said over the weekend they have been able to reach what they're calling a hesitant agreement on the 4 local agreements that were not ratified by the UAW members back on October the 8th. Let's see. Union workers at Mack Trucks went on strike Monday the 9th after voting down that tentative 5-year contract. Despite the not-so-confident agreement between Mack and the UAW, Mack still stands by the hesitant agreement on the economic terms from October 1 with the union, in which UAW's leadership backed and called a record contract for the heavy truck industry. According to the news release, terms of the tentative agreement, this new deal include the average wage increase over 5 years would be 36%, with an average immediate wage increase for all covered employees nearly 15%. For employees not yet at the top rate, which is nearly half the workforce, they say, the average increase over the same number of years would be 55%. And the average immediate wage increase would be more than 20%. Now, most employees that are already at the top rate would receive an immediate wage increase of 10% and up to 20% compounded over 5 years. And lastly, premiums for the company's health care coverage, which has not seen an increase in more than 6 years, despite the 66% increase in the company's cost over the last 10 years. Health care coverage is worth a lot more than many people realize. That, they say, would remain unchanged once again for 5 more years. At the time of publishing this particular story, no additional discussions between MAC and the UAW had been scheduled, according to the press release. So, again, tentative. Those sounds like you can't hardly expect more. Those were unbelievable numbers we just shared there. All right, we'll get to the big three and so much more to cover here on a Monday, kicking off the new week at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israeli military aircrafts attacked about 150 underground targets in the northern Gaza Strip over the weekend and into Saturday amid the ongoing war against Hamas terrorists. The Israeli Defense Forces said Hamas terrorists were killed while underground combat zones and other underground terrorist infrastructures were also destroyed. More than 8,700 people have been killed in the war on both sides since the October 7th Hamas terror attack. The new Speaker of the House says a standalone funding bill for Israel will go on the House floor this week. Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson's comments were echoed by Texas Republican and House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCall.
Because the need is so urgent now in Israel, start with Israel first, and then deal with the other as a separate measure. We'll have that on the House floor this week.
On Fox News Sunday, Johnson said he called on President Biden to separate bills to provide aid for Israel and Ukraine when he met with him this week. The Biden administration is proposing a combined $100 billion aid package that includes both Israel and Ukraine. The United Auto Workers have reached a tentative agreement with Stellantis to end the union strike against the automaker, but it escalated its strike against General Motors after days of marathon talks, walking off the job at a factory in Spring Hill, Tennessee. The Stellantis deal, if ratified by a majority of the automaker's UAW workers, will give employees a 25% raise in base wages over the next 4.5 years. The former vice president will not be running.
In a surprise announcement during a speech at a Republican Jewish coalition event on Saturday, Mike Pence has dropped out of the race for the presidential election, as the former VP has struggled to mobilize support and boost flagging poll numbers. Pence has just 3.8% support in the Republican primary race.
That is Skip Kelly reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The United Auto Workers said it reached a tentative agreement with Stellantis Saturday to end the union strike against the automaker, but it escalated its strike against General Motors after days of marathon talks. The Stellantis deal, if ratified by a majority of the automaker's UAW workers, will give employees a 25% raise in base wages over the next 4.5 years. The former vice president will not be running for president.
In a surprise announcement during a speech at a Republican Jewish coalition event on Saturday, Mike Pence has dropped out of the race for the 2014 U.S. presidential election, as the former VP has struggled to mobilize support and boost flagging poll numbers. Pence's withdrawal could mark the start of a thinning of the herd of contenders, with several candidates still polling in single digits, behind Donald Trump with more than 50% support and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in second place with 14%. Pence has just 3.8% support in the Republican primary race. I'm Skip Kelly.
Combining flu and COVID shots might pose a potential stroke risk for older adults. A study funded by the FDA discovered that older adults who received last year's COVID booster alongside a high-dose flu shot may face an elevated stroke risk. They emphasize that the study's findings are preliminary and older adults are inherently at a higher risk due to their age. Patients are encouraged to consult their healthcare provider for more comprehensive understanding of the vaccine's risks. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, that's the way we kick off hour number 2, round 2. As we close out the weekend, get a new week started, Halloween Eve coming on. Again, a rainy night outside the Secret Bunker. It's a rainy night for a lot of folks. Rain stretching from Scranton, PA, over to Pittsburgh. A rainy night from Cleveland to Columbus. All the way up, looks like the heaviest rains are pushed east of Chicago now, but the cold air comes sweeping in. Seeing a line of pretty heavy rain. stretching through south central and southwestern Indiana down through just east of Jonesboro. Some of that heavier rain going to be rolling into the Memphis area. More showers back into Texas. Showers, even a few rumbles of thunder from just east of Abilene to San Angelo. San Antone going to see some of that rain as well as we push through the overnight hours. Now, this is all in association with a cold front. And they're not kidding. It's not a cool front. It's a cold front. Big time pattern change as we end October and kick off November. Which, for many, this is going to include the first snow and freeze. Growing season will be at an end for many. Halloween may literally send chills down the spine of trick-or-treaters. Have those heading out in the days after reaching for their heavy coats and cold weather gear as the kids head off to the buses in the morning. Now, from D.C. to Boston, temperatures, believe it or not, were in the 80s for one last time Saturday as we kicked off the weekend. That's about 20 degrees above average for this time of year. Now, the cooler air begins to arrive, it did on Sunday, with rounds of rain persisting into Monday. Pittsburgh, temperatures were well into the 70s much of last week. You're going to be looking at that replaced by temperatures in the 40s for several days beginning on Tuesday, Halloween. Similar drop in temperatures expected for Philadelphia to New York City, where 80s will be replaced by upper 40s and lower 50s for several days. Now, as is typical with any big change in temperature, Mother Nature brings a few doses of moisture this week in the form of both rain and snow for some. Now, this Alberta Clipper is going to bring the first flakes of the season to many locations across the interior Northeast between Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. Looks like the focus for wintry weather as this Clipper swings through begins to impact the upper Midwest as early as today, Monday. Then most of the Great Lakes during the day Tuesday, depending on the timing, a few snowflakes may be flying as the kids head out to trick or treat. Yeah, this could be from places like Cleveland to Buffalo. Now, any accumulations will be minimal. The ground surface temperature is still warm from the weather last week, but a slushy coating to an inch or so can't be ruled out, especially in some of those heavier bands that form downwind of the Great Lakes there. Yeah, we're not anticipating a big winter storm. Yeah, but it's going to be chilly rain still from the coast, from the Delmarva to southeastern New England Tuesday into Wednesday, including along the New Jersey shore on Long Island. Places like Providence and Boston. Eventually, some milder air will return to the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast later this week. Temperatures that are going to be running 5 to 15 below average for this time of year will be replaced with temperatures maybe 5 or 10 above normal. So that'll feel much better, though, nonetheless. Hello, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Monday to you. It's actually my Friday Eve. I'm right now in Oxford, Mississippi, waiting to get this 30,000 pounds delivered, then point this white-painted, slow-moving grocery truck to the warehouse and see what else I can get into. Oh, and by the way, what Dingbat did not tell you, that, yes, the Gators did lose. No, they got murdered. I heard CSI Miami actually got called in to investigate. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Sacramento, California, 70 degrees. Your Bengals had a great game today against my 49ers. Yes, indeed, they did. Thank you much. Hooday. Santa Claus out. Hello to Bourbon Street. Gary, good morning, Steve. The overnight drive. Bourbon Street, Gary, listening in. And there's Rubber Duck, who says, Mike Pence dropped out. Well, that's good news. The traitor he is anyway. He said this. he should have known this a long time ago. Pence has been polling in the single digits from the very beginning, and it is not his time, as they said. Hello, Lauren. What's going on? 1 o'clock in the morning. Didn't it Betty buy time for you? She says, oh, my God, you've got the clown in the background. Yes, happy Halloween. All right, got an email from, someone we haven't heard from in quite the time. Pat, a.k.a. the Sharp-Dressed Man, sent me an email this past evening. He said, hi, Steve, Sharp-Dressed Man, checking back in with you. Steve, I've been out of the picture due to medical reasons. I took the COVID shots and wound up with 5 blood clots in my heart chamber. So it has taken a good many months to get my strength back. However, I am back, and I've got my new smartphone, so I'll be tuning in via the Overnight Drive app. So if you need a call for some support, maybe for Dean Michael, the tax doctor, please feel free to give me a call. Yeah, I'll do that. I talked to Dean here it's maybe a couple of months. Time flies, you know. But Pat said he's tried to get a hold of Dean over a few months and hadn't been able to get a hold of him. I did the whole the tax extension to where October 15 was my filing deadline. I got a hold of Pat a few weeks before that, like so many do, and he got my taxes for me and my daughter taken care of. So let's see. Thank you so much, Steve. Look forward to getting back on the program soon. Have a great week. Keep up the outstanding work. All the best from Pat, a.k.a. the Sharp-Dressed Man. Knucklebuster, what kind of baloney we got on a Monday? Hey there, how was your weekend, first of all? I know you were bacheloring it, you and the dog. Did you get rid of all the signs of the strippers and all that?
Oh, yeah, Ziggy and I had a great time there. She finally showed up yesterday afternoon. I told her I missed her, and she said, well, I missed you too, but I had a great time anyway. So, well, enough of all that. My brother-in-law sent me a picture of this young lady, got long brown hair, got a T-shirt on, but it's not a Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirt. It says, I was going to be a Democrat for Halloween, but my head wouldn't fit up my ass, Steve. Well, let's talk about these college football games right quick. You know, the best laid plans of mice and men often go astray, Steve.
Yes.
That movie was Any Given Sunday. It actually is Any Given Game. Ohio State's got to get past Michigan State, past Michigan. And it's the same thing with Georgia. They got to get past Tennessee, Ole Miss. I think they got to get past Missouri. Missouri's only lost one game this year, so I mean, a lot of things can happen. I don't know who's going to win the college football playoff this year. How many teams are they going to? Is it still 4 teams, or is it a playoff thing this year?
I don't want to misspeak. I think it's the same this year as it's been the last couple. Like Ed mentioned, though, it changes next year big time.
Yeah, well, I welcome Ed into the SEC next year, so. But he's in a good spot. He lost in October. You don't want to lose a ball game in November. You'll fall back too far. You won't have time to get back. I saw a sign at a football game the other day. It says, just give us 5 more minutes. But that don't work too good, does it? Because once that clock gets down to 0, that's it. So I don't know. It could be anybody. If Georgia wins it, oh, well, that's the way it is there. You know what that English Bulldog's name is down there for Georgia, right?
What is it?
Uga. UGA. And that's what they call him, Uga. He's an ugly little old bulldog anyway there. So. I don't know. I better shut my mouth before I get a song. So, all right. I'll call in a little later. more baloney there. So, all I can say is may the best team win.
Well, I'm glad you stayed out of trouble over the weekend. At least you didn't end up in jail. As I said, he had to make sure he got all the Skullbuster cans and bottles all picked up. You can't leave any signs that you had the big party. Hope you remember to take the stripper pole down, right? Thank you, Knucklebuster. All right, on a more serious note, United Auto Workers reached a tentative agreement with Stellantis over the weekend. A deal that is pending approval from the top leadership includes reopening the Illinois plant. The proposed accord is likely to follow the template we saw just days earlier set by the UAW and Ford. A 25% wage hike over the 4.5-year contract, starting with an initial increase of 11%. Stellantis shuttered the assembly plant in Belvidere, Illinois, which had 1,300 workers without jobs. UAW President Shawn Fain vowed to reverse the decision, and the union criticized Stellantis management over the issue in a rather lengthy video. The Biden administration and the state of Illinois have offered subsidies that could help retool the factory. Illinois acquired 170 acres of land adjacent to the assembly plant. Now, UAW I guess they've unveiled some of their plans. I have not seen that over the weekend. But Fain and other union leaders are expected to have a video conference with local UAW officials to explain the contract terms to the workers. The deal is expected to include investments in other U.S. plants, including the Trenton engine plant, the plant south of Detroit, a 71-year-old facility that builds the 6-cylinder engines. Now, meanwhile, talks with the GM are ongoing. That actually, let's move over to General Motors, because they're the ones right now that are on the short end of the stick, because we've got a tentative deal with Ford. They're expected to be returning to work. I assume the same for Stellantis. The UAW upping the ante, escalating the strike against the lone holdout over the weekend. The escalated walkout began Saturday evening at the Spring Hill, Tennessee plant, GM's largest in North America, just after the Stellantis deal was reached. So that's about 4,000 workers joining about 18,000 already striking GM factories in Texas, Michigan, Missouri, and Tennessee. UAW did not immediately explain what prompted the new action after 44 days of targeted strikes. Obviously, it's looking to add pressure, substantial pressure. Spring Hill makes engines for other plants, in addition to big-ticket vehicles, including the electric Cadillac Lyriq, the GMC Acadia, the Cadillac Crossover SUVs. The Spring Hill walkout affects so much of GM's production that the company will likely settle quickly to close or have to close down most of their production, according to Eric Gordon, University of Michigan business professor. The union wants to wrap negotiations up with all three, so Ford and Stellantis workers don't vote down their tentative agreements because they want to see what GM gets. It's kind of a chess match. Now, the Stellantis deal we were just talking about pretty much mirrors the deal reached with Ford and saved jobs at a factory in Belvidere, Illinois that Stellantis had planned to close. Either way, GM said they're disappointed with the additional strike at Spring Hill, which has 11 million square feet of building space. In light of all the progress we've made, it said in a statement that we have bargained in good faith and we want a deal ASAP. A statement from Shawn Fain lamented what he called GM's unnecessary, irresponsible refusal to come to a fair agreement. Now, the Spring Hill workers just joining the picket line. Everybody's really fired up and excited, according to one assembly line worker. Speaking over the phone yesterday, he said workers were taken by surprise by the strike call. We thought it was going to happen much earlier. UAW local president John Rutherford in Spring Hill did not return a telephone message. Fain, in a video appearance Saturday night, said 43,000 members at Stellantis would have to vote on their deal, just as Ford workers are going to have to do. They go into the wage increases, yes, so the Stellantis pretty much mirrors the Ford deal. Under the Stellantis contract, a top-scale assembly plant worker's base wage will exceed all increases in the past 22 years. Starting wages for new hires will rise 67%, including cost of living adjustments, to over $30 per hour. Temporary workers will get raises of more than 165%. Workers at the parts centers will get an immediate 76% increase if the contract is ratified. Like the Ford agreement, it'll take just 3 years for new workers to get to the top of the assembly pay scale. They also won the right to strike over plant closures at Stellantis and can strike if the company does not meet product and investment commitments, according to Fain. So the deal continues. That's pretty protracted. I think Spring Hill, that's the idea. We said many of those initial workers that hit the strike lines were showing signs of burnout and fatigue, having been out there walking the picket lines for 40-plus days now. By staging this incrementally as they have. Now you've got a fresh 4,000 who sound like they're excited. They're excited to hit the picket lines. All right, it is 844-844-3388 on Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed. So this slow-moving frontal switch system that's sweeping through the Midwest, the Great Lakes to the East Coast as we get the new week started here. The same system brought torrential rain to portions of Texas over the weekend. Deadly flooding. 2 fatalities and several law enforcement hospitalized with the flooding rains. The deaths occurred as 2 different drivers were swept off flooded FM 1390 near the small community of Warsaw, Texas. The water was moving fast across the road, leaving one of the vehicles under 10 feet of water, according to the county emergency manager. He said first responders were waiting until the water receded before teams went in and pulled out the bodies. No immediate information on who the victims were, but the deaths occurred in the overnight hours, he did say. Multiple other were rescued from their vehicles. during which 340 police officers became submerged for a short time while saving a woman. In the meantime, a total of 26 people evacuated from the city of Kaufman, the town of College Mound, and a rural area near Warsaw. State resources have also been deployed in the county. 3 boat crews were out from the Texas Task Force helping people evacuate. And, of course, the county moved its operations from the Kaufman Fire Department to the nearby Landmark Church over the weekend. A Red Cross assisting victims there. But radar estimates show that 10 inches of rain had fallen across Kaufman County over like a 12-hour time frame. So I was tuned into some of the Weather Channel coverage there early on Saturday. Now, there were areas in Texas where 14 inches of rain. Those were radar estimates. And they said even if the radar estimates were off a little bit, say by even like 10%, it's more than a foot of rain that had fallen in a very short amount of time. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Monday coming on. Clear lines, what's on your mind as we get the week started? Get back to some of the other email. Yes, there was racing action. Martinsville this past day. Who moves on? Who are the contenders, I guess we would say? There's only 4 who will next weekend be competing for the NASCAR Championship. That's the one round, do or die. We'll break it down for you coming up here as we roll into a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Israeli forces are now in the second phase of their war against Hamas.
Israel starting the second phase of the war to wipe out Hamas terrorists. The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, warning citizens in northern Gaza to get out now and head south for food and water.
Former President Trump came out swinging last night in Las Vegas, calling President Biden a crook who's seeking to imprison him.
Until he indicted me, I never talked this way. But now I say gloves are off. He started a precedent.
The former president continues to enjoy a sizable lead in most GOP polls for president. The Texas Rangers wasted no time tying the World Series at Game 1 apiece Saturday night, handing the Arizona Diamondbacks a 9-1 loss in Arlington, Texas. Game 3 is slated for Monday night in Phoenix. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, trying to get the story pulled up here real quick here. I had not seen that, Brain Dead. Thank you. No, I did not get to tune into the race this past day. But before we get to the winners and losers, it looks like this is what he was sharing with me. Today's Sunday season-altering NASCAR Cup Series race in Martinsville, briefly delayed by a Chevrolet Camaro pace car breaking down at the front of the field. After some confusion, a safety truck with its own set of flashing lights took over at the front of the field for the remainder of the caution period. While the car's issue was not immediately clear, whatever caused the Camaro to grind to a halt happened quickly. The pace car driver pulled to a stop at the top of a corner just before the race would have gone back to green, causing the entire field to check up in some confusion about whether or not they could pass the now broke-down pace car that thankfully did not turn into a low-speed pileup. So the safety truck was able to quickly get into position after cars ran a few feet on their own without anyone pacing the field. A couple of laps later, the race restarted without any issue. All right, in an update, in a statement, a representative from Chevrolet noted that, quote, rubber debris from the track damaged the wiring harness to the fuel pump, disabling the pace car. NASCAR has transferred to the backup pace car to continue official pace car duties for the balance of the race. The car then paced the remainder of the event. So that's the rest of the story. Fuel pump. If you don't have a fuel pump on an internal combustion engine, it ain't going to work well, is it? All right, so let's jump down to, Martinsville. As it turns out, Ryan Blaney did what Denny Hamlin could not do at Sunday's Xfinity 500 Martinsville Speedway. As a result, Blaney will race for the NASCAR Cup Series Championship next Sunday at Phoenix. which that's a West Coast race, so it doesn't start till like 3:30 Eastern time. And Denny Hamlin exits the playoffs after a hard luck round of 8. During the 168 lap green flag run to the finish, Blaney was able to track down Eric Almirola, passing him for the lead on lap 478 of 500. 22 laps later, taking the checkered flag, seconds ahead of Almirola, advancing to the championship 4. So here's the picture. The round of 8 is over. The following 4 drivers will compete for the Cup Series championship next Sunday. As we mentioned at Phoenix, Ryan Blaney in the number 12 for Team Penske Ford. Christopher Bell, the number 20, Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota. Kyle Larson in the number 5, Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet. And William Byron in the number 24, Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet. Of the 4 we just mentioned, only Larson and Bell entered Sunday's race with their spots in the championships locked in. Larson won the round of 8 opener at Las Vegas, followed by Bell, who claimed victory at Homestead Miami Speedway. Blaney managed to snatch a clutch win in Martinsville, while Byron was able to skate through via points. With the Cup Series title field now set, we've got the full picture who's racing for the championship crown in the season finale. Now, you've also got the Xfinity Series Championship 4, which that'll be next Saturday, under the lights, a Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time start, which will include Sam Mayer in the number 1 JR Motorsports Chevrolet, Justin Allgaier in the number 7 JR Motorsports Chevrolet. Sam Mayer was the number 1. So you got 2 JR Motorsports in there. Number 3 is John Hunter Nemechek in the number 20 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota. And lastly, Cole Custer, 00 Stuart Haas Racing Ford. So in both series, you've got a Ford, a Toyota, and 2 Chevrolets in the mix, looking to win the championship next weekend. May the best team win, right? As Knuckle Buster likes to say. What's going on, Demon?
I'm going for the bow ties. But, I don't watch NASCAR hardly anymore. But I did, check up to see what was going on. I'd like to see that number 24 with a championship again. But, we'll see what happens. Oh, Ed, he's crying, but, them Jayhawks taking and whooping their butts down there. I swear. I think that's what all this rain is. I think it's them Boomer Sooners crying.
Tears falling from heaven.
Yeah, I think that's what it's got to be. But, I'm down here in Fort Worth. It's been raining since I left the house, just about. It was kind of a frozen mix there in Wichita earlier, and then warmed up, but I guess it's supposed to get bad again. Get colder down here, right?
Yeah, you've got the freeze warnings there, and from the Texas Panhandle over, much of western Texas, and then by tomorrow night, it's on over into central Texas.
Well, I tell you, might be a fun ride home tomorrow night. But I don't know. Years ago, I remember we always had snow by Halloween. Of course, I grew up in Illinois, and it seemed like we always had a pretty good snowstorm. As kids growing up, sometime before Halloween. So, kind of back to what it was years ago, anyway. To me, weather goes in cycles.
From one year to the next. We've had. I remember as a kid, trick or treating with in snow, got a sleet, kind of the mixed precipitation. I remember years being out there when it was 60 degrees. You don't know. Same with Thanksgiving. Same thing.
Yeah.
It may snow or it may be 60 or something in between.
Right. Yeah. It's, like I said, I remember
many of Thanksgivings being snowed in, like I said, I grew up in Illinois, but I lived in Missouri. I've lived all over the place. But I do remember, several Thanksgivings we had plenty of snow on Thanksgiving too.
Mm-hmm.
I think we had snow at your house that one year I was up there for Thanksgiving, didn't we?
Yes.
Years ago.
Yes.
I remember.
Yep.
Because we was going to put your Christmas lights up, and I don't think the weather permitted it. About time to take and pull out the Christmas lights again, ain't it? Wait. You never took them down, did you?
Yeah, yes, I did. I was thinking about that. I mean, the older I get, the more I dread having to put the damn lights up.
I tell you, I don't ever do anything with the Christmas lights. My roommate, I think, probably will because his family's coming in for Christmas. But over the years, we haven't. We've never, like I said, if his family, his sister, and all of her kids haven't come in, I think he'll do something. But who knows? But yeah, I ain't got much to say. I just call in, give Ed some crap about his Boomer Sooners, But and your Bengals took and beat the 49ers.
I was just going to say, so I know you're a 49ers fan, so you probably weren't real happy with that. I mean, over all the years, I don't know that. Who do you root for in college football? I don't even know.
Mississippi State.
Okay.
I lived in Mississippi 10 years. I've always followed Mississippi State. I'm not a Kansas Jayhawk fan by no means. I've lived in Kansas for a lot of years, but just never followed the Kansas teams. More of an SEC person.
Gotcha.
But I don't. I'm going to disagree with Doc too. Georgia hasn't played anybody. I really just don't. I don't see them getting that third championship. I think it's going to come down between Michigan and Ohio. Whoever wins that game is going to be your national champion.
Okay.
I think they're two of the best teams out there. As much as I don't like Jim Harbaugh and I don't like Michigan, but they've got a good team. And Ohio, like I said, whoever wins the rival game, I believe that'll be your national champion. I believe that Michigan will fall. I don't think. Georgia. I just don't think they've played anybody, and they've got a tough SEC schedule because that's any given Saturday. When you start playing the SEC teams, they'll beat up on each other. And Mizzou almost beat Georgia. Georgia's had some real close games that they very well could have lost.
Correct. Hey, and Ohio State had that nail biter a couple weeks ago. They won at the last second.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think there's just one dominant team. I'm going to say whoever wins the national championship is probably going to have at least one loss. I really do believe that, but but I just don't think it'll be Georgia. I think Georgia will fall. Because you look at strength of schedule, it just ain't there. But anyway, that's about all I got. Like I said, I just wanted to stir the pot, and I ain't licking the spoon.
Thanks for checking in there, Scotty. Have a good night, and you don't know whether you don't know whether you're gonna need your long johns or your shorts where you're at right now, because you go from one extreme to the other. Yes, indeed. But looking at some of the temperatures. Pulled up from the National Weather Service in San Angelo, and they're talking like the wind chills by like 6 o'clock this morning, Monday morning. It's going to feel like lower 20s pretty much across the board. 20 to 25. Cold moving in. You got your freeze warnings this morning for like Midland, Texas. Tomorrow night, you move on over. Abilene will be in the freeze warnings 24 hours from now. So they got a freeze watch in place right now. But Sub-freezing temperatures as low as 30 degrees. Late Monday through Tuesday morning. Frost and freeze conditions could kill crops, possibly damage unprotected outdoor plumbing. Yep, so I'm telling folks, especially in our part of the country, you're probably going to have to even cover up those hardy mums from Monday night into Tuesday morning. We're looking at actual air temperatures down in the low to mid-20s. Brr. Okay, 844-844-3388 on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So I guess Rubber Duck was kind of laughing. He said, I've seen a lot of vehicles towed at NASCAR events, but I guess that was the first. Never seen the pace car getting towed off the track. And he did say that Xfinity race finish was absolutely insane over the weekend. I did not get to see either of the races this weekend. But I did get an email from Pappy, who says, I'd call in, but my sinuses are all jacked up. Oh, boy. But guess who texted me a belated happy birthday? Always Moving. That's right. So shout out to Always Moving. She advised me her employer had changed her hours. Took her a while to adjust, but she's doing fine. She also had a birthday either the day before or after mine, so happy belated birthday to Always Moving. I told her how much all us nocturnal listeners were missing her calling in, and she wanted you to know that she misses you and the show as well. But she's still always moving. Sent me a couple photos of her and a friend riding bikes through the streets of New York City. We miss you, Always Moving. All right, thank you for the update there, Pappy. I've been wondering about her, so glad to know everything's okay. But so I guess she's actually sleeping during the overnight hours when she could call in live. And I don't know if she listens to the podcast during the day or not sure. Anyway, Pappy said it's great to watch those Bengals beat those San Francisco 49ers at San Fran. I've got 1981 and 1988 stuck in my melon. I saw someone had posted this past evening, why is it the Bengals can beat the 49ers in the regular season, but never in the Super Bowl? Any given Sunday. All right, Bob Seger made a surprise appearance in Nashville this past evening, performing as part of Patty Loveless's induction into the Country Music Hall of Fame. He played live for the first time since 2019. Covered the 1996 Loveless track, She Drew a Broken Heart. Seeger is 78 years old now, the Michigan rocker, drawing a standing ovation from the crowd, according to the Tennessean. Seeger and Loveless had teamed up on The Answer Is in the Question, a track from Seeger's 2006 album, Face the Promise. Loveless was actually inducted into the hall by Vince Gill, who also performed a track of Loveless during that ceremony. Also performing in her honor was the bluegrass foursome Sister Sadie. Tanya Tucker and songwriter Bill McDill, who has penned 30 #1 country hits in his career, including Ronnie Millsap's Nobody Loves Sad Songs, Alan Jackson's Gone Country, were also inducted during the ceremony at Nashville's CMA Theater. So, Bob Seger's last live performance, November of 2019 at Philadelphia's Wells Fargo Center, which was the closing date of his Roll Me Away, the final tour. That tour included 6 shows at the then DTE Energy Music Theater in June of 19. Wow. Okay, who we got on board? 5-7 checks in, I believe, on a Monday. What's going on out there?
Oh, good morning. Yeah, last Friday was sort of setback. We lost a trucker out here, I guess. And I guess he's out there gold mining. I just thought I'd try to throw out a little bit of wisdom there. It ain't like I've done that or anything. It's interesting. He couldn't beat him, so now he's going to join him. I guess he's going to find $30,000 tract land that he knows gold's on. He's going to try to. It's probably worth $300,000. So he's going to try to beat the landowner out of the land, sort of like a broker. So I'm thinking, hey, you can't beat him, join him. But another thing you might want to pay attention to, we got an oak from West Virginia a few years ago, and it was a gas company doing some exploration. And ironically, everyone up and down that holler back in the 20s and the 30s, I mean, a fella would show up to the door during the Depression and said, we would like to buy the mineral rights under your land. We ain't going to touch your farmland. You grow and build your house, the topsoil, everything's going to be fine. Just one day we might want to drill wells, pull the gas out there. Well, soon, my wife's, her great-granddaddy, he did decide he ain't going to sell nothing. And they didn't lose the land. They sold it to a family member that sold it to another family member that sold it to somebody else. So she still owned the mineral rights, and they finally come and tracked her down. And right now she's the last of the last surviving member of the family. But what was interesting, some of the other family members, when they found out, we're rich now, they got a $100 check for permission to go out and explore on that land. But the fact is you might go digging for all that gold and find out it don't belong to you because you don't have the mineral rights. But I just thought I'd throw that in there, thinking of that. Personally, I don't think anything will come of it, and not really worried about it. But we'll just keep on working for us. Just going to go to West Virginia for Thanksgiving, and we're excited. So I told my wife, I said, sweetie, she can barely move, can't get out, move around, she's hurt. I said, we're going to get our shots. And she goes, what? We're going to get our flu shots. I ain't leaving this house. We're going to get the flu shots, and we ain't going to West Virginia. Get up there, all them kids up there in that cold weather, and I said, well, get sick. I ain't going to lose you. So she got in there. She went in we went to CVS and got the flu shots, and sure enough, she didn't get sick. But man, that Friday, oh my God, I was aching all over. Saturday, I don't remember Saturday. I slept clear through Saturday. Sunday, I recovered. I'm okay now. But they say it takes about 2 weeks for that stuff to kick in.
Mm-hmm.
At least we'll be prepared. We'll be prepared for all the snotty-nosed little kids wanting to climb up on our lap. Just all excited about this month and going up there. So, other than that, I'm enjoying the show. Ain't got much. Just tell you, enjoying the show. You're not going to be on tomorrow morning, correct?
No, it's a regular week. Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah, I mean, I'll be snoozing when the trick-or-treaters are out there.
All right, buddy. We'll be listening. 5-7, we down.
All right. Yeah, just another day, Halloween. You know, I think the grandkids are planning to come over, but it's going to be so damn cold. And I know little Aubrey, she ain't going to want to be out in that cold. All right, back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The new Speaker of the House says a standalone funding bill for Israel will go on the House floor this week. Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson's comments were echoed by Texas Republican and House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCall.
Because the need is so urgent now in Israel. Start with Israel first, and then deal with the other as a separate measure. We'll have that on the House floor this week.
On Fox News Sunday, Johnson said he called on President Biden to separate bills to provide aid for Israel and Ukraine when he met with him this week. The Biden administration is proposing a combined $100 billion aid package that includes both Israel and Ukraine. Florida Governor and GOP presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis says better mental health oversight was needed in connection with the accused gunman in last week's mass shooting in Maine.
He clearly had problems. He was involuntarily committed. He would have been a prohibited possessor.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, DeSantis said a reported mental health intervention for suspected shooter Robert Card wasn't enough. DeSantis said he would be more aggressive in cases where someone demonstrates a danger to society instead of the government seizing weapons from citizens. Long lines, rising sales, and credit stores have been a scene at gun shops throughout Maine since Thursday morning when stores opened for the first time since mass shootings in Lewiston Wednesday night resulted in 18 deaths. Tony Lewis, the owner of T&K Tactical in Augusta, said he did more business Thursday than he did all last month. Fans of Matthew Perry have been gathering outside the apartment building where Friends was filmed to leave flowers for the late actor. The Grove Street building in Lower Manhattan was used as the exterior for the famous TV location, and fans have been lighting candles outside the building since learning of Perry's death. The Emmy-nominated actor was found dead in his Los Angeles home. He was 54 years old. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Israeli military aircrafts attacked about 150 underground targets in the northern Gaza Strip over Friday evening into Saturday amid the ongoing war against Hamas terrorists. The Israeli Defense Forces said Hamas terrorists were killed while underground combat zones and other underground terrorist infrastructures were also destroyed. More than 8,700 people have been killed in the war on both sides since the October 7th Hamas terror attack. A full-scale invasion of Gaza is still looming as Israel has unmasked hundreds of thousands of troops on the border with Gaza who await orders to begin. A delegation of U.S. senators is concluding their visit to the Texas-Mexico border.
Senator Mike Lee of Utah expressed surprise at encountering unaccompanied girls who had made the journey through Mexico alone.
A substantial majority of the women and girls brought up through this process are sexually assaulted along the way.
They spent the night alongside Border Patrol agents to observe the crossings. Agents conveyed to the senators that halting the surge of illegal immigration will require a policy shift. I'm John Schaefer.
The United Auto Workers Union and GM are potentially edging towards a labor agreement. According to CNBC, discussions persisted into the weekend. The proposed deal would be modeled after the tentative agreement recently struck with Ford. Additionally, Stellantis seems to be nearing terms, though the timing of the meeting between UAW and the automaker remains uncertain. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, let me welcome you back in here on a Halloween Eve. 30th day of October coming on. And maybe a good time to remind you, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Stay-bill storage, as we call it, keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Stay-bill. Undoubtedly, there were some folks in the northern tier of the country that were actually breaking out those snow blowers for the first time this season. Late last week and over the weekend, we saw some pretty healthy accumulations. My brother sent me a photograph what he woke up to yesterday morning in Denver. Just based on the photos, it looks like they had a good 6 inches covering everything. So I'm sure he had to break out the snow blower. All right, Monday. We love Mondays. It is 844-844-3388 with clear lines on this 30th day of October. Speaking of the snowy weather, that snowy weather during the Colorado State Air Force game Saturday in Fort Collins. We saw some snowballs flying. The Rams fans throwing snowballs at the Falcons bench. That ended up costing their team when the game was tied up at mere 13 seconds into the third quarter. Colorado State was issued a 15-yard unsportsmanlike penalty for the snowball throwing after receiving a warning from officials. They saw fans throwing snowballs at the Air Force bench at the end of the first half, according to CBS Sports. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Colorado State bench, said the referee. Will the audience please refrain from throwing snowballs? Now, that penalty turned a second down into a first down at Air Force's 49-yard line, and the Falcons ended the drive with a touchdown. A 20-13 lead subsequently. Colorado State got penalized 15 yards for the snowball throwing there. All right, 9 past the hour, and let's get over to some of the industry headlines. What do we have? Starting off with our friends from Landline and the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. I guess it's become all too common, and it's the bird flu. Millions of birds were culled in 2022. Things seem to have been relatively quiet, but this is the way these outbreaks tend to begin. A confirmed case of bird flu in a commercial turkey flock in Pocahontas County, Iowa, has resulted in the state issuing a disaster proclamation effective immediately. State officials say the case was confirmed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The bird flu detections do not present an immediate public health concern. They say it remains safe to eat poultry products, according to Governor Reynolds. But this is all about the trucking sector. Under the proclamation, overweight loads of up to 90,000 pounds will be allowed to move on non-interstate highways in both Pocahontas and Buena Vista counties if responding to the disaster. Carriers and drivers assisting in disaster relief effort are also granted extended hours of service. Drivers are not required to carry a copy of the proclamation, which currently is set to expire November the 19th in Buena Vista County. It remains in effect till November 22nd for Pocahontas County. Iowa also has a separate order in effect through November 11 regarding the state's harvest season. Now, Minnesota has seen bird flu reports in several counties. These outbreaks at turkey farms are in 4 counties just east of Minneapolis. Nearly 300,000 birds have been lost to bird flu outbreaks here in the month of October. Additional outbreaks among commercial flocks affecting nearly 200,000 birds have been reported in South Dakota and Utah this month. according to the Associated Press. Yeah, when you've got, they detect the bird flu in the flock, they pretty much go in and cull the entire flock, hoping to keep it from spreading. And oftentimes it's trucking operations, picking up or dropping off at one particular farm, poultry farm, then going to the next facility, possibly bringing the bird flu in on with the mud and the truck tires and things of that nature. So trying to get a handle on it before we begin having to talk about millions of birds ultimately having to be culled. We move to our first electric vehicle story of the week. Well, it seems like not a week goes by when we're not sharing something more or less negative in regards to electric vehicle, this whole transformation this administration's trying to force down our throats. A new study entitled Overcharged Expectations claims that without federal subsidies, the real cost of fueling an electric vehicle would amount to $17.33 per gallon of gasoline. The study from the Texas Public Policy Foundation said electric vehicles do not stand alone in comparison with other vehicles because of the wide array of direct subsidies, regulatory credits, and subsidized infrastructure that contribute to the so-called economic viability of such vehicles. Adding the cost of the subsidies to the true cost of fueling an electric vehicle would equate to an electric vehicle owner paying $17.33 per gallon of gas. And these estimates do not include the hundreds of billions more in subsidies in the Inflation Reduction Act. Study claims that a 2021 model electric vehicle would cost $48,698 more to own over a 10-year period without $22 billion in government favors given to the electric vehicle manufacturers and owners, and said traditional gas-powered vehicles are cheaper than an electric vehicle without subsidies. It is not an overstatement to say the federal government is subsidizing EVs to a greater degree than even wind and solar electricity generation, embarking on an unprecedented endeavor to remake the entire auto industry. According to the study, about $22 billion with a B in various federal and state forms of aid have artificially lowered the price of a 2021 electric vehicle by almost $50,000? The report further estimates that the cost to other people for the strain on the power grid from charging electric vehicles comes out to $11,833 over 10 years. That's funded by taxpayers and the utility ratepayers. While everyone else pays more, state and federal subsidies shave nearly $9,000 on average from the real cost of an electric vehicle over 10 years. Study from the Texas Public Policy Foundation found, for example, that an average 2021 electric vehicle would cost $48,698 more to own without those government subsidies. The stark reality for proponents of electric vehicles and the dreamers in the federal government who are using fuel economy regulations to force the manufacturers to produce more EVs is that the true cost of an electric vehicle is in no way close to comparable. Now, the report noted that customers have taken to hybrid vehicles far more than electric vehicles. Perhaps the D.C. politicians and bureaucrats stop trying to force Americans to build and buy their preferred type of vehicles, the cleaner and brighter future they imagine might actually materialize. It's time for the federal and state governments to stop driving the American auto industry off of an economic cliff and allow the markets to drive further improvements in cost and efficiency. In a release on the foundation's website, the study authors said that the cost on the sticker of an electric vehicle hides an awful lot. We know the Biden administration and the leftist states like California have pushed for widespread electrification in less than 20 years through government subsidies and coercive regulations. But the price you see in the lot is not the true cost of an electric vehicle, he said. Electric vehicle owners have been the beneficiaries of these regulatory credits, the subsidies, the socialized infrastructure cost totaling nearly $50,000 per electric vehicle. These costs are borne by the gas vehicle owners, the taxpayers, and the utility rate payers, who are all paying a hefty price for someone else's electric vehicle. Proponents of the electric vehicles falsely pushed the claim that EVs will soon cost less than the gas-powered cars. This study shows EVs are still a long way from being competitive without massive subsidies. Then you've got the Biden administration's stringent fuel economy standards, the regulatory manipulations driving the American automakers toward bankruptcy, as adding thousands of dollars to the cost of every gasoline vehicle. Rolling back those subsidies and the burdensome regulations would save customers money and stop the auto industry from falling off a financial cliff. Now, that's all been part of these ongoing union discussions, looking at the cost of these electric vehicles. Ford, General Motors, they're all kind of backing off on this pursuit of all electric vehicles. Maybe more on that coming up here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Hello, Monty Python. Good morning, Your Honor. I'm in Illinois, headed east back toward Detroit. I just finished up 2 wonderful weeks of vacation in Denver and in California, and I'm in desperate need of my own bed. You'll have my undivided attention all night long. Well, good to have you with us, Monty Python. Give us a ring sometime. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
I was just looking through some of the breakdown, the Ford deal with the United Auto Workers, this tentative agreement, which says Ford will add electric vehicles to existing assembly plants in Louisville and Ohio. The Ford investments include several new hybrid models. Who was it last week? I think Larry had chimed in that there's many, many people out there, millions of Americans, not interested whatsoever in the totally electric vehicle. Many of them would maybe be willing to go the hybrid version with the gas and the electric. The electric obviously gets you the first however many miles before the internal combustion engine kicks in. A lot more people would be interested in that route. The Ford investment, several new hybrid models, including gas-electric hybrid versions of Ford's largest SUVs, the Lincoln Navigator and the Ford Expedition. Ford's CEO has outlined plans to invest more in expanding the hybrid lineup, even as they scale back plans to expand capacity for the fully electric models. They go into some of the dollars and cents. Let's see. Moving on to General Motors, Saturday, UAW President Shawn Fain ordered the walkout, as we know now, of the Spring Hill, Tennessee engine and assembly plant. He met with union leaders apparently yesterday, Sunday, to go over the agreement before officials agreed to submit the deal to the full membership for the ratification vote. GM said they're disappointed by this latest decision to strike Spring Hill. This could hobble the large pickup production, as well as assembly of other popular GM vehicles. Ripple effects from Spring Hill could boost the cost of the stalemate for GM well beyond the $400 million a week the company reported last week. UAW counsel Benjamin Dichter Sunday morning posted on X, all my homies hate companies that won't agree to fair contracts for their workers. He later deleted that post. So at this point, GM now is the only Detroit automaker that does not have any sort of a deal. Ford union leaders will now fan out to the regional meetings around the country to explain this deal to their members, who will then vote on whether to approve the deal. UAW leaders no longer can take ratification votes for granted. As we know, last month at the UAW talks with Mack Trucks, where they overwhelmingly rejected the deal recommended by Fain. While Mack said late last week no new talks are scheduled. In 2015, UAW members at what is now Stellantis actually also voted down a contract endorsed by the union leadership at that point in time. Nothing is a foregone conclusion with these tentative agreements, I guess is what they're trying to say. All right, who we got on board?
Hey, Your Honor. You can't get rid of me that easy.
Horse feathers.
Yes, sir. So like I was telling you the other day there, personally there, that I was getting a new camera installed in my truck there, and I wasn't sure how much invasiveness I was going to have of my personal workspace. So, yeah. But apparently, from what I'm told, it's only a forward-facing camera. So, but needless to say, I did take all the other precautions. There's a piece of cardboard between me and it, and there's also all my other electronic devices that I need to have installed for me to be able to see and operate that interfere with it trying to do anything other than maybe hear me. And I'll tell you what, most of the time, if I'm not listening, even listening to you, we got the volume pretty much all the way up. And boy, if I got to be playing music, we might as well just be at a rock concert, Your Honor. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, it's beautiful in this truck. Yeah. So listen to what you want to, but there you go. But, hey, real quick here, I don't know how much time we got left before the break, but I was watching this one mechanic channel, and he was showing something about a gasoline particulate filter. Have you ever heard of a gasoline particulate filter, Your Honor?
I can't say that I have, no.
Maybe you better look into this. I think this is another way the government's going to force the electric vehicles into us because they're going to outprice the emissions so much for internal combustion that you aren't going to be able to have anything but electric. Just saying. But if you want to hold me over, I know we're pretty close to break time here.
Trying to think of what the hell a gasoline particulate filter would be. I mean, isn't that essentially what the catalytic converter's job is to do? It's what I'm thinking. Obviously, there's a lot I don't know about emissions, but I did have a blurb from the CNI dog. He sent me a little YouTube clip over the weekend. I'll see if I can pull that up and maybe just share the audio. It's only it's probably about a minute or less, but it is obviously testimony taking place at some official proceeding talking about the electrification of vehicles around the country. And he's explaining why 100% electric vehicles will never become a reality in this country. He shares some of the actual numbers as far as how much electric it takes to charge the likes of these electric trucks, the big, the Nikolas or the Tesla semis. Batteries that weigh 8,000 pounds apiece, and these trucks have to have 2 such batteries. It's mind-boggling the amount of juice it's going to take. So, we'll see if we can pull that up. First, we'll take care of that news break and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israeli forces are now in the second phase of their war against Hamas.
Israel starting the second phase of the war to wipe out Hamas terrorists. The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, warning citizens in northern Gaza to get out now and head south for food and water.
Former President Trump came out swinging last night in Las Vegas, calling President Biden a crook who's seeking to imprison him.
Until he indicted me, I never talked this way. But now I say gloves are off. He started a precedent.
The former president continues to enjoy a sizable lead in most GOP polls for president. The Texas Rangers wasted no time tying the World Series at Game 1 apiece Saturday night, handing the Arizona Diamondbacks a 9-1 loss in Arlington, Texas. Game 3 is slated for Monday night in Phoenix. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Clear on the scale of the issue. Each electric vehicle battery for a heavy-duty truck weighs 8,000 pounds, and you need at least 2 of them. So we're talking the weight of, 4 or 5 cars. And my friends and peers in the industry nationwide who have tried to make efforts to put in, say, hey, I'm going to convert a dozen forklifts to electric, or I want to tee up a facility for 30 electric trucks. There's no power. The utilities come back, the cities come back and say, is this some kind of joke? One friend tried to put in Illinois a facility, tee it up for 30 trucks electrification. The city came back and said, this is some kind of joke. You're asking for more draw than the entire city requires. And just to give you an idea, 30, 50 trucks, that's like a 5-6 megawatt application. The factory that makes the trucks is a 2 megawatt factory. Just so we're clear on that.
So just so you're clear, I've been saying that for how long now? When we've already, all over the country, summer after summer, we get advisories. Summertime's coming. It's going to be hot. We're going to see an incredible strain on the power grid. And then they try to come back and say, we're going to force all these electric cars and trucks. Where's the power coming from? Now, I know that they are putting some funding into trying to enhance the grid. We touched on that about a week ago, but the timelines they've laid out, it's not feasible. And to boot, the American people are not interested. Plain and simple. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Horse Feathers. I don't know if you could you hear the audio, because sometimes when you're on hold, you can't hear the audio, but I know the audience could.
Yeah, I was listening on the radio, so I got a part of it there. But no, as you said, it's what we've been saying all along. There's no way to no way to come up with enough electricity to charge this stuff out on the road, unless, of course, everybody's just going to drag along their own diesel generator to fire it up. Well, at that point, why stop to charge it? Just run the diesel generator the whole time and just keep it charged the whole time. There you go. But no, so anyways, what this guy was showing was that, you're going to have this gasoline particulate filter in the exhaust system. It works kind of like the diesel particulate filter. So it's just going to be one more stage of cleaning in the exhaust system. And, but it's another one of these filters. This is, actually going to filter like the particulate filter. So at some point it's going to become plugged, where if you run your catalytic converter properly, your catalytic converter is designed not to plug up in the lifetime of the vehicle, or the lifetime of the exhaust system anyway. But the particulate filters, they only go so long, and if even with regeneration, you still have to clean the ash out and all that other stuff, and so it's just one more thing that's going to be another expense to raise the cost of gasoline vehicles by the looks of it. So if this is any part true, I mean, maybe the guy made the whole thing up. Maybe he's a smart enough computer guy as well as being a mechanic to make up a whole computer-generated thing to show it. But but anyways, it's just something to look at. I mean, I wouldn't put it past our EPA to be putting this out there for, in the future for the next 2 or 3 years. I mean, he didn't act like it was anything that was going to be along this year or next year, but it, he said upcoming plans, so I don't know. Maybe there's a way to look into it. I don't know. Probably got to be smarter people out there than me.
Right. Did he say anything Did he say anything about a potential increased cost for each vehicle to have the new technology?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Now he didn't say an exact cost, but of course we don't know what the exact cost of new vehicles are going to be because we got this strike going on, so we don't even know how much it's going to cost just for the UAW to go back to work. So you can't say what the increase is going to be on anything else until we get a base price again. But anyway, so with all that happy news, I was listening to the beginning of your show there, and if you remember a while back there, we had Always Moving calling in, and I forget what the whole deal was, but there was a couple of us there that were looking to be adopted by her, and I don't know, never worked out.
I remember that. Yes, right.
Since that didn't work out, and I hear this Debbie from Montana, write to you all the time, and do you think there'd be any possibility that she'd want to adopt me? Because I've always wanted to get out there to that big sky country, and the more she talks about it out there, the more she's teasing me, wanting to actually get out there. So I don't know. Just wondering.
Yeah, well,
she
said it's going down to 2 degrees, 2 degrees tonight.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. But so anyways, also you got this Lauren Weiss guy that calls in there with that chrome-plated bull truck there, the high-speed one, and he always gives these accolades out there to the world-famous monkey gouger. Have we heard anything from this world-famous monkey gouger at all? I mean, have you gotten a phone call, an email, a text, a voice message, carrier pigeon brought anything to you from the monkey gouger? What's going on with this guy?
I did see he had shared via like his social media page, Facebook, that he was supposed to get a flight and be back on the road like last Friday, but he was like in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and they got all that incredible rain, and the flight never got the flight. So something about, I guess he was supposed to get a flight over the weekend, and he was supposed to be back to trucking on Monday. I don't know if that means Monday morning or a Monday night, but maybe we'll get an update this week.
All right. Well, it's been what, months, hasn't it? It's been a long
been a
time
while.
since we've heard from this monkey gouger character. Yeah. So All right. Well, I was just checking on that because he keeps giving accolades as somebody that we don't hear from no more. I'm just kind of wondering what was going on there with all that. But I don't know. Not a whole lot other than that going on around my neck of the woods here. We're kind of partly cloudy right now, and 60 degrees is the nation's capital, and came down off the Delmarva. There was some sprinkle showers out there on the Delmarva Peninsula, up and down through Maryland and Delaware. So I don't know if they're still moving along and getting out of the way or dragging along. They kind of drug along all day. So
yeah, you got a break in the action right now, but you got a whole lot more rain coming your way later today.
All right. Well, Sunday there, we spent most of the day there in the York County Fairgrounds, waiting in line to try to get out on the street there because York City had their annual Halloween Day Parade. So we had the fire truck up there and had it all dressed up in trick-or-treat outfit and had it all lettered up there for the great Halloween parade. And we had this issue going up there that this woman on a broomstick with an orange and purple spiraled hat there run right in the front of the fire truck, Your Honor. I guess we'll have to she got squashed on the front of the fire truck like a mosquito would.
Uh-oh.
But I'll have to get some pictures put up on the Facebook page there for you, the fan page. I didn't get a chance to get anything in. By the time I got home there, it was late enough, and closed her eyes for a few minutes and then went out and did some trailer trucking to try to keep I guess we don't need to keep people warm here. I should do trailer trucking of propane out in Montana, I think, Your Honor. How would that be? I think they need to be kept warm, don't they?
Yeah.
It's 60 degrees here. These people don't need to be warm. But, all right, Your Honor, with all that nonsense. The other thing I heard there was Big Ed there was, what's he doing chewing on Scarecrow's leg? What's up with that? I heard him saying something about chewing on Scarecrow's leg. But other than that, we'll let you go out there and do your due diligence at this point. You know what that is.
All right, that's what you do on a Monday, right? Yeah, well, at least we'll try. Okay, so it's 844-3388. I think it was maybe in the final hour of the program there on our Friday morning edition. Of course, the focus was on the shooter in Maine. The manhunt was ongoing. Of course, by now, surely you've probably heard the shooter was found deceased there on Saturday evening. I think about like 7:45 Saturday evening. Apparently, he had been dead for probably a day and a half. I mean, it almost sounds like shortly after he took the lives there at the bowling alley and the restaurant and bar. He ultimately found his way to a recycling facility, which had two different locations. One, the main facility where apparently law enforcement had gone and they'd checked all these box trucks where different recycling material is stored. And they had another lot across the street that had another, I don't know how many dozens, but a number of such trucks where authorities said, well, we've checked out. Have we checked those trucks yet? And no. So they went in, and sure enough, he was deceased in the back of one of those recycling rigs. Had taken his own life. But all of our discussion was about guns, gun control. Yeah, I shared a scenario where Cackles, a.k.a. Kamala Harris, was reaping praise on the likes of the Australian government, citing the gun buyback programs and how much more difficult it is to get guns in Australia now. Pappy had kind of chimed in. He said, first and foremost, if you'll do your research, you will find there are more guns in Australia now than there was before. What was it, the Port Arthur incident? I gave you a little more over the weekend. He said, after Port Arthur's massacre, Australia instituted a Turn In Your Weapons for Cash program. Now, Vice President Cackles and the left claim there are less firearms now, resulting in less mass shootings in Australia. Australian Institute did a study and found the opposite. There are actually more firearms now in the hands of the people there since that buyback program. Don't listen to these fools. They'll get you killed, a.k.a. cackles. All right, I appreciate the info there. Yeah, Sylvester, and who was our other friend from the land down under? They'd be able to explain a whole lot more in depth what goes on there. I'm sure Sylvester would be able to give us the full scoop. But with that, let me get a quick time out here. Philip is on board. We'll see what's going on in the Sunshine State this Monday morning. And room for you. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Someone had asked, I think it was Craig, you said, hey, with the change of the season's coming on here, and haven't really heard much about the Canadian wildfires. Are they under control finally? So I did a quick search for you, Craig, and let me just give you the quick breakdown. That's obviously beginning back in March of this year, and with increased intensity starting in June, Canada had been affected by record-setting wildfires. All 13 provinces and territories, large fires in Alberta, British Columbia, the Northwest Territories, Ontario, Quebec. This wildfire season, 2023, saw the most area burned in Canada's recorded history, surpassing 1989, 95, and 2014, as well as recorded North American history, surpassing the 2020 Western U.S. wildfire season. As of October 6th, so a couple of weeks ago, fires had burned 71,414 square miles, about 5% of the entire forest area of Canada, and more than 6 times the long-term average of 27,300 square kilometers for that time of year. As of October 6th, there were 772 still active wildfires. 346 were deemed out of control. International aid has helped reduce the impact of the fires, but as we know through the summer, smoke emitted from the wildfires causing air quality alerts and even evacuations in Canada and at times the U.S. Back in late June, there was one point in time the smoke had actually crossed the Atlantic and had reached Europe. So it sounds like things are I guess getting better, but obviously there's still numerous wildfires burning for our northern neighbors there. Hello, Philip.
Hey, we had them fires down here. Their stuff came all the way down here to Florida, bud, and look how far we are from them, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we almost tried to launch last night, but we didn't make it. Did you see we aborted last night?
What were we looking at? I did not pay attention. No, what was it?
Starlinks. They were getting ready to launch one last night and got about within 30 seconds, and they aborted it. I haven't found out why they aborted it yet, but
okay,
going to try again today. So, and had a really good time yesterday. I went to Orlando Speed World, and we watched some. It was an open meet, so we got to watch everybody drive their cars down the quarter mile and drag. Didn't matter whatever they had. You bring it up there at $10. You just bring up to the track and go for it. So it was kind of cool, Steve, to see just anything from an Expedition to a Chevy pickup to, some guys had the red eye there, and a ton of Mustangs, a lot of Hondas, a lot of Toyotas, a lot of everything there just going down the track. Saw one guy in an Infiniti, had a motor blow, and it took out the right tire and the whole right front of his car, half track. Had to clean that up. Took a little bit to clean it up, get him out of the way. But it's kind of neat to see people just running just regular street cars out there instead of everything all souped up and everything.
Run what you brung.
Like
That's what they call it, right? Run what you brung.
That's right. Run what you brung. I mean, some of the guys were bringing them in on trailers. Some guys were just driving them in. I mean, I seen a guy in a Chevy pickup yesterday, a stock Chevy pickup, go against a Toyota Tundra. And both them guys, and I kid you not, I was really surprised when I seen this number. They both ran 12s. And I was like really shocked when I seen that.
Wow.
Two stock trucks run 12s. And that's crazy. But, I mean, what we're trying to do down here in Florida is, we've had a lot of episodes with street racing. I don't know if you've heard about it or not, but a lot of people, with people getting hurt. So what they're doing is at tracks like Orlando Speed World, they're trying to get guys in on the street, put it in a controlled environment, and do it that way. And $10 a person, whether you're driving or whether you're watching, it's $10. And you just had that place loaded up, buddy. And then off to the side, they had the drift track. They had people over there doing exhibitions and whatnot. You could actually ride in a drift car. I didn't get a chance to do that, but we were going to do that probably next time we go. But next weekend, though, is the big thing there. They're having the Night of Fire. Steve, have you ever heard of the Night of Fire?
Night of Fire. Not familiar.
Okay, so what they're going to do is they're going to bring in jet dragsters. The way the track is set up on the drag track, they have a block wall. It's about 12 foot tall, 15 foot tall. And it goes the whole length of the back behind where you stage at and all that. And they're going to take and light that wall up on fire with these jet dragsters. They're going to have jet dragsters. I think they're even going to have some jet semis there. And that's next weekend, next Saturday. I'm not going to be able to go to that one. But if anybody's got a chance, they're going to be down here in the Orlando area. Go to Orlando Speed World. And we need to promote those tracks, Steve, because they're trying to get rid of a lot of those drag tracks around the country because they want to build houses and don't understand. They want to go to electric cars and all that, but they don't get everybody off the street. So I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I do know that you may mention, do we have any of that stuff going on up here? We've had several weekends in recent weeks where these racers and I guess the drifters, the people they'll shut down major intersections and major roadways and be out there doing their donuts and stuff till the cops show up.
Yeah, we've had problems with that down here in Florida. And this meet yesterday was put together by a company called Real Street. And Real Street, what they do is they sell parts for cars, and, aftermarket carts, but they also promote racing. And they want to do it in a controlled environment. And that's the way it should be done. It should be done in a controlled environment.
Absolutely, yeah.
You want to race somebody? I don't have a problem with you going out there on the track. I mean, yesterday when I saw that failure that I seen on that Infinity car, that car blew up half track, but everything was pretty much contained right inside the area where the car was, and there was no debris going back into the grandstands or anything, and that's what it needs to be. I mean, it's a controlled environment. You don't want to be out here on the street running these, these guys have got these hyped up motorcycles and whatnot. There was a few of them there yesterday. The guns they call the crotch rockets. They had a bunch of those guys out there running. It's just in a controlled environment. It needs to be there. That's where it needs to be. And a lot of these places are going down, though. A lot of these drag tracks and what are not. They're shutting them down because down here, like Bradenton, they're trying to shut it down to build houses.
Wow. Brain Dead had asked me, I don't know if you've got time to stick around because the news break is coming up here, but he shared a story with me. I think we put him in for the Dumbass of the Week nominee. The guy there that was dared by somebody to jump into the lagoon there at Disney. And supposedly offered him like $6,000 to do it, which he ultimately did. I don't know if you've got the rest of the story on that, but first we'll take care of our news break here on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israeli forces are now in the second phase of their war against Hamas. Netanyahu spoke on national television yesterday as IDF forces launched a major ground incursion into Gaza. He warned that it'll be a long and difficult war and called it the second war of independence for Israel. Netanyahu said every effort will be made to rescue the more than 200 hostages being held by Hamas. And International Red Cross officials calling the small number of trucks getting into Gaza with humanitarian aid a drop in the ocean.
Is only a small fraction of what the Gaza Strip and Gazans need today.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Red Cross International Committee Director General Robert Martini said 6 trucks of aid arrived in Gaza on Friday and 3 more made it in on Sunday. Martini downplayed concerns about the aid being diverted by Hamas. He said the Red Cross uses very robust and rigorous measures to make sure aid gets to the right places for civilians in desperate need. 2 people are dead, 18 others were injured in a shooting after a fight between 2 groups broke out in the street early this morning in Tampa, Florida. Officers were present when the incident happened in Tampa's Eboro neighborhood just about 3 a.m. Authorities believe there were at least 2 shooters involved. It's not yet clear whether all 18 people injured in the incident suffered gunshot wounds or other injuries. SpaceX has launched 22 Starlink satellites into orbit. The successful liftoff was from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. It was the first of 2 Sunday launches for SpaceX. The private space company planned a launch of another 23 Starlink satellites this evening from Cape Canaveral in Florida. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Dean Phillips, a congressman from Minnesota, has formally declared his candidacy for the presidency. As per the New Hampshire Secretary of State's office, the Democrat has submitted the necessary paperwork to participate in the New Hampshire primary election. Phillips made his potential presidential aspirations public yesterday, commending Biden for his contributions to the country while expressing concern over the data suggesting that Democrats will be in a critical situation come next November. He also contended that Biden's age and declining approval ratings could make him a less formidable Democratic contender. People of Maine are beginning to attempt to get their lives back to normal after Wednesday's mass shooting in Lewiston.
This Saturday, a sigh of relief in the state of Maine. After a 48-hour manhunt, detectives in Maine find the mass shooting suspect dead. He shot himself in the head. This after killing 18 people at a bowling alley and a bar.
We're going to grieve for the families that lost loved ones here.
Lewiston, Maine Police Chief David St. Pierre.
We're going to continue to work. We're going to persevere, and we become better people for it.
I'm Laura Winters.
The Pentagon has unveiled footage depicting a Chinese fighter jet flying within a mere 10 feet of an American B-52 bomber. The incident happened earlier this past week above the South China Sea. U.S. officials have labeled it as a hazardous maneuver that posed a significant risk of a mid-air collision. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
so much. Welcome back. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Monday, Halloween Eve. Here it is. You love a rainy night? A lot of folks dealing with just that. Careful out there. Yeah, the leaves really coming down in this area of the country now. Watch for those slippery roads. All right, Philip, thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, so did you catch that story? The guy jumps into the lagoon, and shortly thereafter, he was detained by security. And just kind of wondering, is that guy now probably going to be banned from any Disney resorts for life kind of thing? Or
yeah, probably so. I mean, yeah, you mess up there, they ban you from the park forever. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, depending on what you're doing. You know, I'm pretty sure that what lagoon did he jump into, bud? Do you know? Do you know was there a name of it?
Yeah, I think it was at the Epcot.
Oh, okay. So he probably jumped into like the lake at the center of Epcot. That's the only we have the Seven Seas Lagoon, which is between the Transportation Center and the Magic Kingdom, and that's a lake. And then there's a little, I call it more of like a pond, but they call it a lake over there. But they have a lake that's in the middle of Epcot with the friendship boats. People, you know, I see this all the time, and when people get on vacation, I think their mind changes or something, because I don't know what it is, Steve. I've been working down there 13 years, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. And, you know, and it has nothing to do with the way anything is set up or whatnot. It's just a lot of the way people just, when they perceive things and the way they do things, you know. And sometimes, you know, it gets us to the point as cast members where we look at somebody like how they function in the real world. You know, how you wonder how somebody actually functions in the real world, you know, but we just kind of deal with it.
Well, it was something called the World Showcase Lagoon at Epcot. Showcase Lagoon.
Yeah, the World Showcase Lagoon is that it's like a lake. It's in the middle of Epcot. The way Epcot's laid out, you got part of the park on one side of this lake, and then on the other side of it, they have what they call the World Showcase, which is basically where all the countries are. You know, you have one spot that's England. You know, different countries are laid out in this one area, and that's where it happened at.
Yeah.
But that guy's lucky, man, because I'm telling you what, those big friendship boats. You know, you're talking a boat that's probably 60 feet long. You know, it's a big old boat, and they got thrusters on them, and they're running around on that lake, you know, and they just go across the lake, and then they also go up. They have a canal that runs to Hollywood Studios that those boats go up to, and they have another lake out there that's close to like the Yacht Beach Club, and yeah, that's crazy trying to jump in something like that, because those big boats out there, I mean, they run over you, hurt you big time, you know. Like even on my side over where Seven Seas Lagoon is, we had those ferry boats. Those things hold 600 people apiece, you know, and they're huge as a barge. They're two big motors on them.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, people are, like I said, when people get on vacation, they get a little strange. And I found out in my experience there, Steve, that when people get bored, they go crazy, and sometimes, you know, standing in a line or just hanging out with your friends, you don't know what to do. You start talking, then things like that happen, and then the next thing you know, somebody's being hauled away by Orange County. And people just go there and do what they need to do. You know, if you want to have a good time, have a good time, but don't try to figure out how things work. Don't try to figure out how to get down to the lake. Don't figure out how to do any of that stuff. You know what I mean, Steve?
Right.
You're there to have a good time and enjoy the rides. We've had cases where people jumped on the rides, and we have we had ways of shutting the rides down. I'm not going to talk about that, but you know, people just don't know how much danger's near them at any given time when you're in certain places. You know, it's equipment. You know, Steve, you ever been inside a factory, Steve, and seen all the equipment used in a factory?
Yes.
I mean, it's the same kind of principle down there. You know, I mean, there's a lot of heavy machinery that makes those rides work. Like my vehicle, and the vehicle I drive is 200 foot long. It weighs 90,000 pounds, empty. I'm probably at about 120 when I'm full, and you know, it's not something that can be taken lightly. I mean, you have to understand heavy equipment is heavy equipment, you know, and it doesn't matter if you're on it having a ride or if you're inside of it riding like train or whatever, you know, or truck or whatever, you know. It's got to be careful, you know. But people do get a little different. I'll just say that much about it. That's a nice way of saying it. They get a little different when they get on vacation. But that's the way it is, you know. When you do get trespassed down there, you're taken off. Orange County takes you out. That's who actually ultimately polices Disney, is Orange County. We do have security, but private security, but we also have Orange County, who is our law enforcement that actually governs our area as far as law enforcement goes. But it is what it is. People get stupid sometimes, and that's all you can say about it. So what do you think about this deal with this Chinese fighter in our B-52, Steve?
I mean, isn't that just pretty much par for the course? I mean, we have these close encounters up there in Alaska between U.S. and Russian forces. I mean, China's all it takes is one simple mistake, and all of a sudden you've got an international event that could get ugly and real quick.
Well, I tell you what, if I was the head of the DOD, I'd be getting on somebody's butt, because I'm telling you what, when you're up that high and you're 10 feet within a B-52, a B-52 in itself, not considering what kind of ordnance it's got on board, but the plane itself, and you're within 10 foot of it and you're going that fast, that's a little bit more than takes one mistake.
Yep.
That there, in my opinion, that is a threat. So, you know, I mean, I've heard of poking the bear, and I mean, back in the day, we used to have the Russians with those big TUs that would come over by Alaska, but we would be, you know, probably half a mile away from them, a quarter mile. I mean, we would get close to them, but we would never, ever get 10 foot within somebody. I mean, that's plain stupid there, man. And nonetheless, he's flying a fighter who's got active guns on it that could shoot at the thing. So that, you know, you could be intimidation right there. I mean, come on. You know, that B-52, we don't know what it had on it, you know, and that's irrelevant. But just to get that close to one of those with a fighter, nonetheless, that's an ultimate threat, in my opinion. That's no different than taking and pulling a trigger and blowing a round off at it. I mean, that's just as dangerous. I mean, you know, so, and if that a midair would have happened between those two planes, I mean, thank God it was over the China Sea and it wasn't over anybody, but, you know, I mean, that's serious business. And by the way, is Israel going to level Gaza, Steve? Because I've seen some pictures, and it's not looking too good over there right now. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Gaza, I mean, some of the headlines, they've bombed them back to the Stone Age.
I know. I mean, I heard it on your newscast that they were telling them, you know, you need to get out and head south because we're going to go in there. And sounds like to me they're already ready to do their ground defensive and go in and just obliterate it. And when it gets to that point, hostage or not, depending, I'm not sure what Israel's deal is, but in regular war, when you get to that point, you don't care about who's in that realm or who's in that area. It's take it out, level it, be done with it. I mean, we've seen that in every world war ever happened. And that's what war's about. And that's what it's always going to be about. So, but that's all I pretty much got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me. Thanks.
All right, good to hear from you. That's what they're calling the second phase. It's underway. Israel announced attacking Gaza from the air, land, sea. Yeah, this was early Sunday. Again, urging those citizens, civilians, who have not yet done so to move south because troops are entering from the north. This is the, quote, second stage of the war, and warned Israelis, Benjamin Netanyahu, warned Israelis, this is going to be a long, difficult fight. He didn't come right out and say if they've launched the full ground invasion, but the number of soldiers in Gaza, we just don't know. A more limited initial ground war would probably align with the suggestions from the U.S. Defense Secretary. But in this stage, the ground war, troops will face bloody urban combat. Now, we know Hamas is likely to have booby-trapped apartments. They'll be firing at Israelis from rooftops. The densely packed streets are difficult to attack with tanks, which could actually help Hamas, despite the fact that Israel has the stronger military. Details will become clearer as the days progress. The enclave Gaza was in a near total blackout for much of the weekend. Palestinians said airstrikes had cut off cell networks, making it harder for them to coordinate medical rescues, to speak to family or share news about the fighting. That blackout has also complicated evacuation efforts. I mean, for more than 2 weeks, Israel's been calling on the people to move south, closer to the border with Egypt, pushing hundreds of thousands to leave their homes there. As the desperation spread during the blackout, thousands of people broke into warehouses, taking aid like flour, according to the United Nations. Without giving details, they say more humanitarian efforts to get more aid to Gaza will be expanding today. Just a couple of tidbits from early on Sunday. The Israeli military said 2 of their soldiers were injured overnight Sunday night. First reported casualties of the ground incursion. The Israeli military and Hezbollah clashing along the border with Lebanon, fueling the concern that this could escalate into a 2-front war. Now, Iran's president issuing a statement over the weekend saying Israel had crossed a red line, which may force everyone to take action. Is it just rhetoric? One thing we do know, that the tunnels we've been talking about, the proverbial spider web of tunnels in the Gaza, raises the risk exponentially for this ground offensive. Maybe we'll delve a bit more into that coming up here. But it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
They kind of explain this extensive labyrinth of tunnels built over the years by Hamas militant groups, stretching across the densely populated strip. Of course, the fighters hide there. Their rocket arsenal, the hostages that they've been holding are all in these tunnels. Clearing and collapsing those tunnels will be crucial if Israel seeks to dismantle Hamas. But fighting in densely populated urban areas and moving underground could strip Israel's military of some of their technical advantages, giving the edge to Hamas, both above and below ground. Retired U.S. Army Major, chair of the Urban Warfare Studies at the War Institute at West Point, John Spencer, said, I usually say it's like walking down the street waiting to get punched in the face. Urban defenders, Hamas, has had time to think about where they're going to be, and there's millions of hidden locations they can be in. They get to choose the time of engagement. You can't see them, but they can see you. Tunnel warfare has been a feature of history from the Roman siege of the ancient Greek city of Ambracia to Ukrainian fighters holding off Russian forces in 15 miles of Soviet-era tunnels. The reason is simple. Tunnel battles are considered some of the most difficult for armies to fight. A determined enemy in a tunnel or cave system can pick where the fight will start and oftentimes determine where it'll end, given the abundant opportunities to ambush. That is especially true in the Gaza Strip. Apparently the tunnel system that Israel has named the Metro. When Israel and Egypt imposed a punishing blockade on Gaza after Hamas seized control in 2007, the militant group expanded construction of their tunnel network to smuggle in weapons and other contraband from Egypt. While Egypt later shut down most of those cross-border tunnels, Hamas is now believed to have a massive underground network stretching throughout the entirety of Gaza, so they can transport weapons, supplies, fighters out of sight of Israel's drones. Hamas political leader claimed a couple of years ago that they had nearly 310 miles of tunnels they had built. Now that's 140 square miles, roughly twice the size of Washington, D.C. 25 past the hour. Let's see what's going on with Eagle here on a Monday. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm out here on the road again, Steve, up here close to Chicago tonight, brother. It's pretty cold outside tonight. Look like got the first cold spell headed this way, right now. So, it's pretty chilly outside tonight. Up in Wisconsin areas where I'm headed tomorrow, but at least they're not expecting no snow or nothing. That's from what I heard, so that's a good deal. Yeah, that's a good deal, but I was watching the football games most of the day anyway at truck stop. wasn't much going on. It wasn't too good of a game. Today the NFL is starting to really go downhill, Steve, product-wise. Yeah, product-wise, I don't like what I'm seeing on the field. A lot of these games are basically unwatchable, especially this Sunday night game they had this last week at Chicago and Los Angeles Chargers. That was a waste of time. I didn't waste my time watching that. But, yeah, it's the NFL very, very disappointed in what I'm seeing. These players are making a lot of money, and the product is not there. That's the reason why I told you years ago, Steve. They won't receive none of my money. Like I said, I'll watch it on television, but I'll never go into a stadium and spend my hard-earned money. Promise you that. Now, Steve, let's move on to this situation. We might have to finish it up after the break. The situation going on in Israel. But I wanted to talk about the gun violence and the situation with the guy up in Maine. As you know, they came to a conclusion of this over the weekend. I think it was Friday night. They claim they found the man's body out with a gunshot wound. They say it was self-inflicted behind a trash dumpster. That's what they say. But either way, it's a good thing. Like I said, that the guy came to an end. The guy, like I said, this shooting could have easily been avoided, Steve, if the right move would have been made by the military or the people that were in contact with this man. They should have had this man off the street. He had told people in his psychiatric deal that he had planned on doing a mass shooting, and they didn't listen to the guy. Well, if somebody tells you they're going to do something, you have to listen to what they're saying. Like I said, how many people died in this deal? 18, 20 people would be alive right now. Unnecessary loss of lives as far as I'm concerned, Steve. And Joe Biden and the Democrats still with the same old rhetoric. Get the guns away, the long guns, this and that. That's not the problem. All these incidents have one thing in common, Steve. It's psychiatric problems. These people have mental problems. They shouldn't be on the street. Simple as that. You don't have to be a genius to figure that out, Steve. If you go into a school, a church, a shopping mall, or anything else, and shoot people that you don't even know their name, you have mental problems. You're not a sane individual. I don't know why the Democrats.
That is true. Well, hey, we got to pause there, Eagle. We'll be back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, turbo.
USA News Update. The new Speaker of the House says a standalone funding bill for Israel will go on the House floor this week. Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson's comments were echoed by Texas Republican and House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCall.
Because the need is so urgent now in Israel, start with Israel first, and then deal with the other as a separate measure. We'll have that on the House floor this week.
On Fox News Sunday, Johnson said he called on President Biden to separate bills to provide aid for Israel and Ukraine when he met with him this week. Florida Governor and GOP presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis says better mental health oversight was needed in connection with the accused gunman in last week's mass shooting in Maine.
He clearly had problems. He was involuntarily committed. He would have been a prohibited possessor.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, DeSantis said a reported mental health intervention for suspected shooter Robert Card wasn't enough. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
I got to get back and finish up with Eagle there. We were talking, as you heard in the news break. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they mentioned the fact this shooter should have been flagged, should not have been allowed to possess weapons. Again, I guess they call it a breakdown in communication.
Yeah, no sooner than I said that, you had went to break, and then, I listened to the news break while I was on hold, and that's the governor down in Florida. He said basically the same thing I said, Steve, about the mental health aspect of this deal. We got a lot of people walking the streets, and like I told you, Steve, I hate to say this, but I tell you this every time we have with these shootings, and before I even had a chance to tell you tonight, it's not a matter if we're going to have another one. It's just a matter of when. And I didn't even have a chance to say that they claim that they had another shooting down in Florida. Got shot over 20 people yesterday, or either earlier today, shot 20 people. Not all of them died, but it was another mass shooting. Less than 24 hours after, 48 hours after the other. So like I said, Steve, we got a lot of people running around the streets of America that don't need to be on the street. But, here's the thing that I can't understand, Steve, about these individuals. I know they got mental problems, but, this guy, he was frustrated with his life. They claim that he left a death note, a letter or something. They won't let nobody know. Police won't let us know what was in the letter. But why do these people, let me ask you something. If you're so frustrated with your life, Steve, why do you have to walk into a bowling alley in a nightclub and shoot people that have nothing to do with if you're frustrated with your life, why can't you just go ahead and take your life like they claim this guy did? He committed suicide after he did what he did. Why do you have to involve other people in your frustration? Do you understand that?
Oh, absolutely. And that's a question. I don't, we ask every time, well, if you want to commit suicide, why do you have to take 15 or 20 other people with you? Because you're miserable.
Yeah, that's what I can't figure out about the situation is why he had to walk into this bowling alley and shoot these innocent people. They were just out for a night of bowling, minding their own business, wasn't bothering nobody, and this man walks in with a gun and starts shooting it. It just don't make sense. Like I said, I've been to Maine, and Maine is one of the safest states in the country. It's a beautiful state. I wouldn't mind living there myself. A lot of you listen to some of the people, they were talking about they can sleep with their doors open. They don't even have to lock their damn doors up because Maine is such almost a crime-free state, and that this is the worst crime that they've had in the history of Maine. One of the worst crime. 20 individuals got shot. It's really a damn shame. I hate to hear that about Maine because it is a beautiful place. You're right by the ocean, and like I say, it's cold. It gets real cold up there, but it is a beautiful place. Anybody that's never been there before, you need to go take a visit to Maine. But let me get to this other situation, Steve. This situation in Israel. Another guy you were talking about, and then they were talking about on your news break. I told you this for the last 2.5, almost 3 weeks after the attack occurred. Israel made a very bad mistake by not going in immediately because all they did was give Hamas an opportunity to hide out in these tunnels and caves and all these other set booby traps up and make it harder to get their hands on these individuals. Now they're walking into basically a slaughterhouse. I hate to say it. A lot of Israeli soldiers are going to be killed, kind of like it was in Vietnam with the U.S. with all the booby traps and concussion deals that they set up for the U.S. soldiers when they went into Nam. The same type of situation is going to go down in the Gaza Strip, and I believe in these underground tunnels. It's going to be hard as hell to go from tunnel to tunnel and cave to cave trying to find these individuals because they've already hid now. They got traps set. And they go snipers and all the whole deal. So it's going to be a lot of high casualty loss. They might eventually get rid of Hamas, but it's not going to be easy. And I've heard over the weekend, Steve, I don't know if you heard this, maybe you could check on it. I heard something about the U.S. The reason why they were waiting around is because they claim, the U.S. claim that they got some kind of chemical agent that they were planning on putting into these tunnels, kind of like smoke these rats out. That's what they are, is rats. Mm-hmm. Smoke them out of these tunnels. The U.S. had some kind of chemical, some kind of new chemical that they were going to use to try to smoke these people out. But they, as of right now, they haven't used it as far as I know. But like I said before, this is going to be a tough job to get to go into there because, like I said, they wasted way too much time before they made a move. I don't know what the president was waiting on, but he should have went on in 3 weeks ago. So we'll see how it goes with this situation. But like I said, Steve, we're on a serious alert right now. The whole world is on China's on alert. The U.S. got the Navy, they got Air Force, they got everything over there. And like I said, I made a mistake. I want to apologize for what I said on Thursday, Steve, about the attack on Syria. I had forgot about the attack that the Iranians have been sending drones and killing U.S. military at the camps, hurting the military. So Biden, as much as I hate to say it, he did have a right to go in there, and I just wish he would have went in with more force and more power. If you're gonna drop some bombs, you need to just do it more than just make a stance. You need to go in there to get the job done, and let Iran know that there's not gonna be tolerated that they're not gonna be sending drones to our military bases. You gotta hit them, and you gotta hit them real hard. And one other thing I want to say before I hang up with you, Steve, is about good old Mike Pence. Good old Mike Pence finally over the weekend, he done what I told him to do about 6 months or 8 months ago. He shouldn't have entered the presidential race to begin with because, nobody was going to vote for Mike Pence. So Mike Pence did himself a favor and everybody else a favor, Steve, by announcing that he is no longer a contender in the presidential race for 2024. So good riddance, Mike Pence. Go back to Indiana and find something else to do, my man. You had a chance to be in the White House, and you didn't get the job done. You had a chance. You was with Donald Trump, the best president that we've ever had in America, and you turned your back on him. So good riddance, Mike Pence. Go back to Indiana and enjoy the rest of your life. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Yeah, he said it was not his time. It's just not my time. Well, we knew that. We knew that the day he announced he was going to run, didn't we? We pretty much said that clearly. All right, on to, let's see, it's 844-844-3388. Get an update on Yellow. The Delaware Bankruptcy Court Friday approved an order allowing Yellow's estate to sell the rolling stock, the trucks, the trailers, through auction houses. They'd entered an agreement with Nations Capital, Ritchie Brothers, and Iron Planet on the 16th of this month to facilitate the sale of Yellow's fleet. The court temporarily withheld approval to give the U.S. Trustee's Office time to file objections. The court agreed with the Trustee's Office that an affiliate of one of the auction houses needs to certify disinterestedness and show that their interests are conflict-free to the interest of Yellow's estate. Now, the order should move forward as time is consideration right now, according to the judge. He advised all parties that they are proceeding at their own peril, though, and his decision could be vacated in the event of conflict arising. A filing to seal the commission structures of the auction houses was withdrawn Friday, so this opens the door for Yellow's fleet to be liquidated. Let's see, they owned roughly 12,000 tractors, 35,000 trailers. The disposal companies were chosen as Yellow no longer has the staff to move the equipment or prep it and market it for sale. Prior filing showed that the liquidators will provide free storage of the units, which has been estimated to cost the estate more than $10 million on a monthly basis. Liquidation will include approximately 2,400 tractors and 3,500 trailers that Yellow had purchased using portions of that $700 million COVID loan from the Treasury. Previous filing showed that both the Treasury and Committee of Unsecured Creditors were supportive to use the liquidators. The process is expected to take up to 6 months. Meanwhile, bids for the 174 owned terminals are due by November 9th, an auction to take place at the end of this month if needed. Of course, Estes Express Lines has that $1.525 billion stalking horse bid chosen as the base bid for proceeding. Update on Yellow. Knucklebuster, what do we have going on here? Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Stephen Summers. What's the temperature in Cincinnati right now?
I'm showing 49.
Oh, man, you 12 degrees warmer than I am. It's 37 over here in Oak City. But there ain't nothing on the ground. Well, the highway's been too warm. It ain't gonna, anything it does fall ain't gonna stick to the road. It may stick to the grass there, but do you know today is National Candy Corn Day?
Really? Surprise, surprise, with Halloween tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I'll just let it be National Candy Corn Day, and y'all can eat all of it all you want there. I'll do without it there, right? China and Russia are both bad about trying to get us to tempt us to get into a confrontation with us. That's why they fly as close to us as they can, see if we'll actually fire a shot at them and then start a war with them there, right? And then they go, oh, look there, y'all started all that. I want to thank that main shooter for doing the right thing, snuffing his own life out. We ain't got to support him for the rest of it there. I'm all for gun control. Hit what you're aiming at, but keep it in a secure place. And the only thing you really need to be aiming at is a deer or a hog or something like that. Don't take the life of another human being. God didn't give you that much authority there, right? Well, my brother-in-law done it again, Steve. He sent me another photo. It says, my mom once told me, I hope your child turns out twice as bad as you. What she didn't realize in that she'd be babysitting there, right?
Uh-oh.
No, that's right. I read where this Virginia high school student creates a soap that fights skin cancer, and he's awarded $25,000 for his remarkable efforts. See, that's a pretty good thing. Well, next year we got a massive devil comet with ice volcano and horns to light up the Earth's sky, but that's sometime in the spring next year. And then Marie Osmond, she's kind of like what's that basketball player, Shaquille O'Neal. Yeah, he refuses to leave his money to his kids. There, he said his kids told him one time, says, "We're rich." He says, "No, I'm rich. You're not. You got to work for it, there, right?"
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize the Broncos had beat the Chiefs yesterday. They beat them for the first time in 16 games after capitalizing on their turnovers. And you and I are going to go to a Halloween party wherever Heidi Klum is, because she's been posting nude photos about it.
Uh-oh.
Go big or go home is what she said. Yeah, that's a party we're going to, Steve. I got my anti-gel in my truck. I know it's getting cold out here, so I put my stay bill in my gas I bought this weekend there. So, and don't forget to winterize your RV too, people. You don't want to mess up. Have all your water pipes on your RVs busted there. So, well, that's all my bull on it for this go around. I'm gonna get on through Oak City and get on out there to Amarillo by morning and go to bed. All right, have a good morning, Mr. Steve Summer. That's all of my bull on it for today.
For a Monday. All right, safe travels. Thanks for chiming in. And there you go, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, around the NFL this past day, Bills knock off the Buccaneers 24-18. Jets squeak by the Giants 13-10. Eagles win again there over the Commanders 38-31. It was the Jaguars over the Steelers 20-10. Cowboys over the Rams 43-20. Vikings knock off the Packers. Always a big rivalry there, right? 24-10. The Vikings on top. Titans, Tennessee over the Atlanta Falcons, 28-23. Yeah, Dolphins knocking off the Patriots, who have not had a good season, 31-17. Saints over the Colts, 38-27. Panthers over Texans, 15-13. Seahawks knocking off the Browns, 24-20. Bengals over the 49ers, 31-17. Broncos downing the Chiefs. That's what Knucklebuster just mentioned. Yep, second loss of the season for the Chiefs. The streak ends 24-9, the final there. Ravens over the Cardinals, 31-24. They got the Chargers over the Bears, 30-13. Monday Night Football tonight. Raiders will face those Detroit Lions. I'm not sure where they're going to be. 8:15 tonight Eastern time, though. All right, who we got? Would that be Vic on a Monday?
Yeah, this is Vic.
Hello, Vic.
You were mentioning a couple of... Yeah, can you hear me okay there?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Down to, it seems like it'd be disparate subjects, climate change and the I don't know what you want to call it there in the Mideast, kind of it's all terrorist action anyway. But the connection was, you remember that Greta Thunberg, or whatever her name was, that run around talking about? Well, did you see where she came out on the side of the Palestinians over the weekend?
Yes.
Or not, on supporting all the... Okay. Well, my angle on all this is, what in the world are they teaching young people in our universities and our schools? Because the deal with Israel and the Jews and the Muslims, that is well documented in history. A lot of this began, there was a lot of anti-Semitism for years, even before World War I. But World War I broke up the Ottoman Empire, and that was whenever the British decided to give Israel to the Jews, and then the British people just walked away from it because, again, there was a lot of anti-Semitism, and it peaked there in World War II with the Holocaust. And when the UN came out, they were going to have two separate nations. The Muslims refused the separate nation. The Jews took theirs. And basically the Muslims said that the Jews shouldn't have been given any land and they were going to take it back. And whenever the Arab people, or the Muslims, went to go to other Muslim nations like Jordan, Syria, and all that, the other Arab Muslims refused the Palestinians access to their country, and they could never become a full citizens. They were permanent refugees. And the other Jewish people around the world that went to Israel were made citizens. And that was the nexus of the whole thing. Like I said, there's all kinds of history there. And the other thing, too, is with this climate change thing, I do not know how they got off onto this carbon dioxide greenhouse gas thing, because the Earth is very hot at its core. And you had a guy talking about that gold thing, and the deal with the gold going from Wheeling, West Virginia to someplace in New York, and it got lost in Pennsylvania. I knew about that. That happened a few years ago, and they said that all the FBI agents on that case retired. I don't know if that's true or not. But anyways, the other thing was, he had a whole bunch of figures that he was talking about Sundance. He was talking about how he figured out this buckboard, how much it could carry and everything else. And I'm thinking to myself, do you realize how many maps of the Lost Dutchman's gold mine out west have been sold? And people have sought that. So anyway, but the point of it is that now when they are mining for gold, they have to go so deep in the earth that it is so hot from the center of the earth that they have to use air conditioning for the miners to mine the gold. The other thing is, we have taken so much groundwater out of the earth that is actually causing a tilt in the axis. Those two things, the minerals in the earth and the water in the earth actually cools before it gets to the surface of the earth. And the key ingredient in that is actually carbon. The more carbon you have in the soil, the more water that soil will hold. So, what is really causing the earth to warm? Yes, it's warming, but I don't buy this whole bit about the greenhouse gases and we have to go to electricity.
Right.
So that was really what I was. That was really what I was calling about. The big thing is, are we creating a bunch of educated idiots? I mean, today we have computers. I mean, I can look up stuff that I used to have to go in minutes. That I used to have to go to the library and take me 2 or 3 hours to look up. We have all these search engines.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe we've made it too easy. So anyway, that was what I was calling about, Steve. And I really wondered if Sundance was a real person or one of these people that were used to generate calls. But he's always figuring, and I can't understand his figuring, because if you want to figure wagon carrying capacity back at that time, you're going to have to know the soils and if it was a road and how wide those little narrow buggy tires were and everything else. There's a whole lot more to figuring out, how much weight can that thing carry, can something carry, and it's something that everybody goes through all the time, even now on a bigger scale.
Well, I hope if he does find, 1,500 pounds or something, he remembers who his friends are, right? Everybody, we all want a piece of the action there, though, Sundance. All right, we've got, let's see, we'll close out another hour, and we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israeli forces are now in the second phase of their war against Hamas.
Israel starting the second phase of the war to wipe out Hamas terrorists. The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, warning citizens in northern Gaza to get out now and head south for food and water. The Israeli military moving in to destroy Hamas and get the hostages home. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying this is Israel's second war of independence. The war, the direct result of Hamas terrorists killing 1,400 Jews at a festival and at a kibbutz, shooting many in the head, raping women, beheading babies, and setting Jews on fire and burning down their homes to the ground.
Former President Trump came out swinging last night in Las Vegas, calling President Biden a crook who's seeking to imprison him.
Until he indicted me, I never talked this way. But now I say gloves are off. He started a precedent.
The former president continues to enjoy a sizable lead in most GOP polls for president. The Texas Rangers wasted no time tying the World Series at Game 1 apiece Saturday night, handing the Arizona Diamondbacks a 9-1 loss in Arlington, Texas. Game 3 is slated for Monday night in Phoenix with the first pitch set at 8:03. Matthew Perry, who starred as Chandler Bing on the hit TV series Friends, has died. Police sources said the actor was found dead in a jacuzzi at his house in the Pacific Palisades area of Los Angeles Saturday. According to TMZ, emergency personnel first responded to a call reporting a cardiac arrest at the house. No drugs were found on the scene. No foul play is suspected. Perry was just 54 years old. A horror movie based on a video game and budgeted at only $20 million. Five Nights at Freddy's pulls in $78 million this weekend. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The suspected shooter in last Wednesday's shooting spree in Lewiston, Maine, Robert Card, may have left a note behind. Maine Department of Public Safety Commissioner Michael Sashchuk describes the contents.
So this is a paper-style note. It's a note to a loved one and is saying that this is the passcode for my phone. This is the bank account numbers.
Card's body found Friday night in a trailer at a recycling center where he once worked as a delivery driver. Card died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It's Halloween weekend, but some may be wary of inadvertently crossing legal boundaries with their decorations. It's worth noting that certain areas in the U.S. have regulations in place to prevent houses from being deemed too scary during Halloween. Richard Mole, a character actor who found lasting fame as the eccentric but gentle giant bailiff Bull on the original Night Court sitcom, has died. He was 80 years old. Mole played Bull Shannon on NBC's Night Court from 1984 to 1992 alongside stars Harry Anderson and John Larroquette. The lead actress of Disney's live-action Snow White adaptation is addressing the criticism she faced for her remarks about the original 1937 film. Rachel Zegler, who plays Snow White, had previously expressed that the animated Snow White film felt dated, and she voiced concerns about the depiction of the relationship between Snow White and the prince. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, Vic was asking the question, are we bringing up a generation of educated idiots? I think the answer to that question is yes, absolutely, brainwashed. I mean, over the weekend we had some 7,000 anti-Israel protesters that shut down the damn Brooklyn Bridge Saturday, marching to cheer on the Hamas terror group. Freedom by any means. Land back by any means. A 24-year-old man shouting during the 3-mile Flood Brooklyn for Gaza march. I believe the settler state of Israel must be taken down. Yeah, like many around the world, this protest, this one began near the Jewish Hasidic headquarters, where a Sabbath festival was being held. The protesters were openly hostile towards Israel under the guise of supporting innocents in Gaza, holding anti-Semitic signs, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and F Israel, Justice Palestine. Yeah, Brooklyn Bridge's Manhattan-bound side was shut down by the protest about 6 p.m. Home to somewhere from 1.6 to 2 million Jews and hundreds of thousands of Muslims. Yeah, New York has for the past 3 weeks been rocked by demonstrations, rallies, vigils in support of both Palestinians and Israelis. Hundreds arrested Friday when police broke up a large demonstration of mostly Jewish New Yorkers who had taken over the main hall of Manhattan's Grand Central Station in protest at Israel. Seeing this younger generation, they're right here amongst us. Hedge fund billionaire and Columbia alumni Leon Cooperman said he is pulling donations from his alma mater, Columbia, over its support of pro-Palestinian activities. During his interview, Liz Coleman says, "You're a proud graduate of Columbia Business School, class of 67, son of Polish Jewish immigrants. First in your family to graduate from college. What do you make of what's happening at Columbia and Harvard, Stanford, and NYU?" There was a student walkout at Columbia just a couple of hours ago, driven by Columbia professor Joseph Massad, who called the Hamas attack awesome. Where are we in the world when 1,300 Israeli civilians, at which point he kind of interrupted her. He said, "I think these kids at the colleges have shish kebab for brains." You know what he actually said. We have one reliable ally in the Middle East. That's Israel. We have one democracy in the Middle East. That's Israel. And she said, and we have one economy tolerant of different people, gays, lesbians, etc., and that's Israel. So I have no idea what these young kids are doing. Anyway, Cooperman said he's going to pool donations. The real shame, I've given Columbia probably about $50 million over many years. No more. I'm going to suspend my giving. I'm going to give to other organizations. Yeah. You go woke, you go broke, but yes, the woke is out there, and there's thousands. Scarecrow!
Yeah, buddy. First off, I got to shout out to Eagle. Bud, you get up here in the Badger, you take and turn left. You go far enough west way, you just might find some of that snow that you're anticipating there. I think there's about an inch or so in our forecast there, Steve. But, well, like 57 said, the ground is so warm and such yet that it ain't going to be anything that sticks around or anything. We were talking not that long ago, about Halloween back in our day, when you got the cold weather. It didn't matter if you had a full-on costume. You still had to put the winter coat on, and you might even have to wear a pair of mittens or such, and then you put on that silly plastic face mask with a little shoestring of an elastic band around the backside, and that was supposed to be your Halloween costume, Your folks, they probably took you to grandparents and maybe to an aunt or uncle, and then a couple of close-by neighbors. Well, this year, as in the last few years, you probably can have a whole mixed gamut of gear and probably some minimalist costumes, given that the kids rule the roost in so many homes today. The kids are going to get their way when it comes to trick-or-treating. So yeah, it's and as you're just talking about the whole current generation of, well, where the hell is their head and their brains? That's the parenting styles too,
Mm-hmm.
Earlier on, yeah. Oh, shucks. The weather and all, it's a changing now. Earlier on in the program, used to come in with somebody had wrote in about Dracula being a pain in the neck.
Yes.
Well, given this time of year, I got to believe Dracula and Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, I got to believe their paths have crossed a time or two. It probably led to a hookup too, So my thoughts is he's probably more of a pain in the aspen than the neck there. What do you think about that one there?
All right.
Something to chew on. I thinking about Casual Friday. Well, we ran out of program before I was to get in there. So at the risk of this becoming a Casual Monday, which it is gonna, here we are. Now, and here I go, and I'm trying to think where I was going to go. We, much like 57, Knucklebuster in his first presentation, Steve, when he talked about being the Bachelor, and you made the comment about him removing that stripper pole before Tennessee got home.
Exactly.
Well, who's to say, Steve, who's to say there isn't one that's already in that home? And if you had removed it, perhaps Tennessee is going to wonder where that stripper pole went. Now there's something to generate a third call from him. He did say good night, but he might respond yet on that one tonight. If not, we'll have to wait till tomorrow there. But no, I was a bachelor this past weekend too. My bride and her sisters, they just did a girls' weekend out, and so there was 5 of them, the 4 sisters and 1 niece, a very pregnant niece at that. And they had it was a little modern cabin they rented up in Pepin, Wisconsin. But either way, and my thoughts were, I was really looking forward to the report when she got home yesterday, because this cabin with 5 females had 1 bathroom. So my thoughts are, come Saturday night and into Sunday morning, there had to be some entertainment value to be had there. But no, it sounded like, aside from the pregnant one, making many trips with a bladder that was all but non-existent. I guess the weekend went fine for her, and my side, it was me and the pooch. The pooch loved it because he got a couple scoops of ice cream 2 nights in a row there, which is, I don't think, ever happened before. But anyway, Saturday, I came into the house. I'm not a football aficionado by any chance, but I, for some reason, thought Wisconsin was playing the Gophers, and we've got an inter-family, feud, battle that takes place there. Half the family lives in Minnesota, and others in God's country over here in the Badger side. And but then I came in and I saw Ohio on the TV, and nuts. So I glanced at it once in a while, but I pretty much knew where that was going to go. Yeah, I hear you, Big Ed. I'm sorry. I lost the support right then and there for him. But, so yeah, I guess I wound up watching Field of Dreams. That's how interested I was in that. But, Steve, this takes a sour note. And this goes back to, let's see, Wheelchair Dave. He's been bragging about our new coach, and we should be expecting big things, from him. Well, my hopes was, we'll expect big things. We'd sure like to see a Rose Bowl appearance, and I don't think that's going to happen there, bud. And let's see, anything else casual at the moment? No, it'll wait for another event. So that's enough fodder for a response from a couple others out there. So leave it alone for now, Steve.
Much appreciated. Scarecrow, good. Glad you had a good weekend there, even though you had to bachelor it. Mm-hmm. And one thing I do know, yesterday morning, I saw Kyle had flown out, I guess, about 7:30 a.m. from Columbus International Airport to Las Vegas. I'd almost forgotten. This week is the big SEMA show taking place in Las Vegas. And I'm not sure who all, but I know there's a whole bunch of the Hot Shot Secret staff that are going to be there this week for the SEMA show. October 31 through November 3rd. I guess today they'll be setting up the booth and everything, getting everything ready to roll there come Tuesday. Show hours are 9 a.m. to 5, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 9 to 4 on Friday. The Las Vegas Convention Center. The SEMA show is a trade-only event, not open to the general public. That's the SEMA show. The SEMA Fest will be taking place on the 3rd and 4th of November at the Las Vegas Festival Grounds. Now, that is open to everyone. The new celebration of music, motorsports, car culture. There is no other trade show on the planet where you can see thousands of product innovations from new and iconic exhibitors, experience the latest custom vehicle trends, access to 99+ free professional skill-enhancing education sessions, and make career-changing connections. So, yeah, the big SEMA show taking place this week in Las Vegas. If you're out there and get a chance to stop by, I think Kyle had posted on the Hot Shot Secret page. They're smack dab right in the middle of everything there this week. Hot Shot Secret will have the presence there in Las Vegas. All right, scroll back up, see who's been checking in here over the last few hours. I may have missed Kentucky Ken. Morning, overnight crew, Mr. Summers. It's back to the doctor later today. Prayers and good vibes would be appreciated. Hopefully, we'll be rolling soon. I don't think I mentioned last week, Kentucky Ken had gone through that entire tour, the concert tour, hauling the equipment all over the country, Finally got a chance to get home for a few days. And I guess right about the time he got home last week, he came down with something. He's been to the doctor, consecutive days in a row. I think Thursday he said that was the second or third day in a row. So it's back to the doctor today. He hadn't said what all he's got going on, but that really sucks. You finally get a chance to get a few days at home because he's supposed to be going back out for this next tour, I believe. I can't recall. Did that one fall through? Anyway, hopefully Kentucky can. Hope you feel better soon, brother. Hello, Gary. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight crew. 48 degrees here in the southwest Ohio area. And, okay. Darlene is on board. Good to have you with us here on a Monday. Yeah, Nate said 13 degrees in Lyman, Colorado at this hour. What was it about this time a week ago? Probably 60. I mean, Denver recorded some they did that magical flip from 80 degrees to waking up to 6 inches plus snow on the ground there Thursday morning. Okay, we'll get back to the calls here just ahead. Daryl got you coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I do see a former Prime Incorporated, the trucking company Prime Inc., former dispatcher pleading guilty last week to a years-long scheme to steal funds from the fuel accounts of hundreds of truck drivers. Last week, Corey Hendrickson pleading guilty to charges of wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. We're going back between September of 2016 to August of 2021. Hendrickson reportedly embezzled nearly $300,000 through more than 1,000 fraudulent transactions. Authorities say while Hendrickson was employed as a dispatcher for the trucking company Prime Inc., he was able to access the Social Security numbers of approximately 500 truck drivers and used that information to take money from their Comdata fuel accounts. The stolen funds allegedly used for personal expenses. Now, while the money belonged to Prime, Hendrickson is also accused of stealing the personal information of the truck drivers. Could be facing up to 2 decades in prison. Now, in addition to his work as a fleet dispatcher, Hendrickson was also the mayor of Willard, Missouri from 2015 to 2021. Actually resigned from the Willard Board of Aldermen last Tuesday, the day he pleaded guilty to the fraud charges. The mayor Mayor was a bad guy. Morning, Daryl. How the heck are you?
I'm just fine, Steve. How is the family and how's Stryker?
Family doing well. Stryker doing good. Are you ready for this cold snap coming tonight?
No, sir, I am not. I have loved this fall that we've had, and as far as I know, we haven't had a frost over here in Fairfield.
I haven't actually seen any frost on my windshield. Yes, we've been lucky.
The college presidents had a full-page ad in Sunday's Wall Street Journal supporting Israel. I found that very interesting because they know where their money comes from, and money speaks to these college presidents. And when you talk about taking away $1 million from their accounts, they'll come out boldly and support Israel.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Well, has Stryker made any strikes that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I haven't talked to my son in about a week, so I need to get an update.
Well, you'll probably hear some stories at Thanksgiving time. I know your news time's coming up. I wanted to let you know that I enjoy the show as always, and you have a great Halloween.
Well, thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Daryl. You do the same. Find a way to stay warm because, we're going to cut our 48 degrees outside the secret bunker here at this hour. It's been raining all night long, heavy rain. Then it's supposed to be about 24, literally half where we are now. About 24 hours from now. Yes, that's going to be a heavy frost, a hard freeze for sure. And not talking any frozen precip for our area, but so once this rain kind of moves out, it's just the winds are going to start kicking. The temperature going to go the wrong way here on a Halloween Eve. That's all I know. Yeah, I do know the grandkids are kind of disappointed. Steven and Stryker will actually be out there working the streets tomorrow evening as the trick-or-treaters are out. So he doesn't get to come over like he normally would. With the kids to trick or treat. All right, as he did say, thank you, Daryl, there in Fairfield, Ohio. Our number is 844-844-3388. We'll get our news break and come back with more here. A couple of other industry headlines. I guess you'd call it a call to action from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. In 2 months, the FMCSA scheduled to unveil a formal proposal mandating speed limiters on commercial vehicles. In the meantime, you've got the legislative efforts trying to stop that, a.k.a. the DRIVE Act. Update on that coming up following the news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israeli military aircrafts attacked about 150 underground targets in the northern Gaza Strip. The Israeli Defense Forces said Hamas terrorists were killed while underground combat zones and other underground terrorist infrastructures were also destroyed. More than 8,700 people have been killed in the war since the October 7th attack. The new Speaker of the House says a standalone funding bill for Israel will go on the House floor this week. Louisiana Republican Mike Johnson's comments were echoed by Texas Republican and House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCall.
Because the need is so urgent now in Israel, start with Israel first and then deal with the other as a separate measure. We'll have that on the House floor this week.
In a surprise announcement during a speech at a Republican Jewish Coalition event on Saturday, Mike Pence has dropped out of the race for the presidential election.
That's Skip Kelly reporting. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, rest of the story, as they say. Last week, Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa pledged support for the DRIVE Act. That's the one that would prevent or prohibit the FMCSA from issuing any rule or regulation requiring speed-limiting devices on heavy trucks. Senate Bill 2671, introduced on July 27th, Senator Steve Daines, now up to 9 co-sponsors. The House version of the DRIVE Act, introduced in May, and now has 30 co-sponsors. Daines called the FMCSA's attempt to mandate speed limiters an overreach. That slowing trucks to speeds below the legal limit would make the highways less safe by increasing congestion and creating dangerous speed differentials. Daines said Montana truckers play an essential role in the Treasure State's economy. Ensuring they stay safe on the job is my top priority. Overreaching, out-of-touch D.C. mandates often make truckers' jobs harder and can even put their lives at risk. I'll keep fighting for Montana truckers against big government. Proponents of the DRIVE Act, which include the likes of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the American Farm Bureau Federation, the National Association of Small Trucking Companies, and the Livestock Marketing Association, say states, not a federal agency, should determine speed limits. According to the U.S. DOT's September Significant Rulemaking Report, the plan is to publish this on December the 29th, a supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking to require most commercial vehicles to be equipped with a speed limiter. Now, they're expected to release a proposed maximum speed at that time. The safety groups have lobbied for as low as 60 miles per hour. The ATA wants the top speed to be 70 miles per hour for trucks that are equipped with other safety equipment, automatic emergency braking and things of that nature. 65 for everybody else. So even with the 65 and the 70 split, you'll have some trucks locked in at 70 mile max, 65 for others. The turtle races will continue. Most truck drivers obviously oppose a speed limiter mandate at any speed. But the proposed maximum will determine how drastic these differentials could become, given that there are speed limits in this country as high as 85, and trucks potentially to be limited. I don't think they'll go with 60, but that's on the table. You could be talking speed differentials 30 miles per hour. So OOIDA is asking their members to reach out to your lawmaker, encourage them to support the DRIVE Act. You can go to the website fightingfortruckers.com. They've made it very easy for you to reach out to your representatives, provide feedback on the speed limiter rulemaking. They even have some of these kind of pre-scripted statements you can make because you want to be to the point, on point, short, not short and sweet. You don't want to write them a book because they don't have time to read that. But make your point. You can sign off on that, and you can find out there at the Fighting for Truckers website whether your particular representative is one of the co-sponsors at this point in time, but they need a lot more co-sponsors. I do know that. Okay, somebody put out the bat signal for Knucklebuster.
Yeah, well, that's what the insurance companies, the ones I've talked to, that's what they're pushing, that 70-65 split there. So we'll see what happens. Even if they mandate it in December the 29th, that's still 2 or 3 years down the road before anything actually happens, because they'll be fighting that thing in the courts and stuff there. I do want to make a retraction that about something I said earlier, that Hattie Klum Halloween party, you'll have to be going on your own, Steve. She got up to go to the bathroom, turned you on, listen for a minute, and I was flapping my big gums, Anyway, she said the only thing I'm going to do is go to Vegas, unload, reload, and get straight back home, buddy.
So you never...
And don't worry about your son not calling you. If he needs something, I guarantee you he's going to call you. That's the way all the kids do. They need something, then they'll call you. If they don't, you won't hear nothing out of them.
Oh, boy.
Well, I better shut up and let somebody else get along.
All right, Knucklebuster, thank you so much. So, in other words, the better half just happened to get up and tune in the program ever so briefly, and there he is, flapping his jaws about a Heidi Klum being naked at the Halloween party. That'll learn you. All right, thank you, Scotty. Aerosmith is pressing the pause button on their farewell tour, apparently. It's kind of funny because what's it been? It's probably been, time flies, 6-8 years ago maybe. I can't recall how many years it's been, where we got tickets for the Aerosmith ZZ Top show that was coming to our town. And Steven Tyler got injured. I think he fell off the damn stage or something. I don't know. But rather than ZZ Top, I thought ZZ Top, as far as I was concerned, could have just kind of done the whole show. Do some extra songs, but they canceled the show. So I did not. In other words, now I've never had the chance to see either of the two, Aerosmith or ZZ Top. Following a shifting of dates earlier this month after Steven Tyler sustained damage to his vocal cords during a New York gig, they announced on Friday that the injury is more than previously thought, since he also fractured his larynx. As a result, the rest of the tour is being postponed until next year. Let's see. They say that he's receiving the best medical treatment available to ensure his recovery is swift, but given the nature of a fracture, he is being told patience is essential. Steven Tyler, 75 years old, who was initially given doctor's orders not to sing for 30 days, says he's heartbroken not taking the stage with the band of Brothers and the Black Crowes. Rocking with the best fans in the world. I promise we'll be back as soon as we can. So fans are going to have to wait for, this is their, what do they call it? The Peace Out tour. Existing tickets will be honored for the rescheduled shows, which include stops in L.A., Detroit, Chicago, Boston. You can also obtain refunds at your point of purchase if you're unable to attend once the new dates are announced. The Peace Out Tour launched in Philadelphia September 3rd, was scheduled to end in Montreal in January. Before that injury occurred on the third show in New York on September the 10th. Tyler revealed he sustained vocal cord damage during the show earlier in September that led to subsequent bleeding. He said, we'll have to postpone a few dates so we can come back, give you the performance you deserve. USA Today's music critic wrote that opening night felt like a grand goodbye for Aerosmith. And the pairing of the classic rockers and the Black Crowes was a well-matched bill. A back-to-back serving of meaty, substantial rock. Meaty rock? Okay, so there you go. Steven Tyler, I don't know, at 75, will his vocal cords recover? I can't help but wonder. 5-7.
Yeah, I just thought I'd get into the spirit of the season. Don't mean to throw, water on anything, but, we need to pray for our children as they go out there on this season. And I know most of us are going to keep it for the kids and having fun, but there are people out there, witches and stuff, that really believe in their spirits and are passing curses down to people. And here's a little thing that hey, listen, all liars inherit the lake of fire. We moved down here 20 years ago. We get to this apartment. We checked up with my son about a month, and got into like a Section 8 apartment. We paid full price, and we got moved in. We were about there 2-3 weeks. I come in off the road. I'm sitting there. Well, those plastic and those little mini blinds, they have that plastic rod that comes down, and you can twist it and it opens them things up. But my wife's sitting there in the recliner, and she looks up and she stops talking. I look up, and that thing's sticking straight out. And when I seen it, it just rocks. Boom, 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 boom. I looked at my wife, and she goes, that ain't right. And I got up on the couch, reached around there. There was no draft. The windows were solid, and everything was solid. There was no draft. There was no reason for this.
And guess what the number of the apartment was there, Steve?
Oh, boy. Something to do with 6?
Yes, sir. Nope. 13. Apartment 13.
Oh, 13.
So,
okay.
my wife had me out of that apartment 13 in a matter. I mean, it's about 2 days. I come home and put my key in the door, opened it up the door, and all the stuff was gone. She had my son come over, move it all out there, and so I didn't know where I lived for about a short minute till my son come up and said, "Dad, we live down there now." But yeah, so y'all be careful. There are spirits out there, and pray for our children and keep an eye on them. Don't let them run free because, God forbid, when it comes to fruit, there's certain things I wouldn't give my kids. So y'all have a good. Hey, y'all have a happy Halloween, I guess. Other than that, we can sit back and copy the rest of the mail. Divorce.
Sounds like a plan. All right, thanks for chiming in. Have a great Monday. And we'll see you back here for Halloween. All right. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Pilot Corporation, the truck stop chain, suing Berkshire over the final 20% of their truck stop deal, sitting next to Warren Buffett in 2017. Interview on CNBC. Pilot CEO Jimmy Haslam said Berkshire Hathaway had just announced purchase of a 38.6% minority stake in the truck stop operator. At the time, he said it was a marriage we thought made a lot of sense. Now, 6 years later, there's a bit of tension in the relationship. Earlier this year, as part of the original deal, Berkshire purchased an additional 41.4% interest, giving them 80% and took control of the company, Pilot Travel Centers. Last week, in a complaint filed with the Delaware court, the Haslam family accuses Berkshire of adopting an accounting method at Pilot Travel Centers that could reduce the price they would get if they decided to sell the remaining 20% to Buffett's company. The original deal gives them a 60-day window at the start of every calendar year, beginning this January, to require Berkshire to buy the rest of Pilot Truck Stops, Travel Centers. They call it a put right, using the same formula that determined the price of the first 2 transactions, which was 10 times Pilot Travel Centers' earnings before interest and taxes, with adjustments for cash and debt. The complaint contends Berkshire's decision to use what they call push-down accounting will artificially depress PTC's earnings, which in turn would reduce the amount the Haslam family would get for their remaining 20%. Now, they did say the economic results are dramatic. The number that was cited in the actual complaint, though, was redacted, so we can't see what the actual numbers were. Pilot says we had a deal with Berkshire, giving it the right to veto any changes in accounting policies, not required by law, and has repeatedly registered its refusal to consent to Berkshire's unilateral, self-interested imposition of push-down accounting. Now, they've also repeatedly requested assurances that Berkshire will not use such accounting in calculating the price of the remaining 20%. But Pilot says Berkshire continues to use push-down accounting. They've refused to provide the assurances we've sought, accusing the company of being intent on using this sort of accounting change to justify grossly underpaying Pilot for its 20% interest. Buffett himself, Warren Buffett, was not named a defendant in the suit, but the complaint says Jimmy Haslam's father, founder of Pilot, sought his confirmation earlier this month that this type of accounting would not be used to put a price on that final 20%. Buffett refused to provide a straight answer to that simple question. Instead, Buffett simply said, I said that Berkshire will comply with the terms of the contract. That's exactly what will happen. And that when and if the Haslam family decides to exit, we will do exactly what the contract said. That wasn't good enough for the Haslams. They filed their complaint just days later. Berkshire has not formally responded to the complaint yet, but all right, lawsuits against Berkshire, not unusual compared to other enormous companies. You don't see a lot of them. During the 1995 annual meeting, Buffett and Charlie Munger said they try to avoid court battles by only dealing with people that we like, admire, and trust. All right. A little trouble in paradise is what they would sometimes say. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, couple of other tidbits that occurred over the weekend. Now, I wasn't a big fan of Friends. But like many other weekly programs, being a third shift worker, I'm always sleeping when you've got primetime television on. I never get into anything that's, everything I ever watch is like in the rerun series. Matthew Perry, though, I recognize the name. I recognize Matthew Perry. The Emmy-nominated actor passed away over the weekend. 54 years old, found dead of an apparent drowning in the hot tub at his home in L.A. Saturday, according to the L.A. Times. Perry's publicist and other representatives didn't respond to messages from the Associated Press, but asked to confirm police response to what was listed as his home address. Officer Drake Madison told the AP yes, officers had gone to that block for a death investigation of a male in his 50s. Matthew Perry had been no stranger to citing his battle with the demons of drug and alcohol addiction over the years. He had been in for alcohol and drug treatment on a number of occasions. He would clean up and, what do they say, relapse. And so I don't want to jump to conclusions, but we've seen scenarios like this. Whitney Houston, who battled drugs. In most cases, if you're going to drown in your own bathtub or your own hot tub, typically it's when the drugs put you under and you don't even know it. So sad but true. And CNN made a bit of a bombshell announcement Friday, revealing that CNN would be closing their CNN Center headquarters in Atlanta in the wake of declining viewership and increasing financial pressures. Right at the tail end of the broadcast, before we go today, we're making an important announcement in CNN's history. Today's show will be the final broadcast from the CNN Center in Atlanta, she said. While the broadcaster had already moved its weekday anchors to New York or D.C., the CNN Center in Atlanta still housed a lot of operations, digital and CNN International. We anchored the show out of New York, but the control rooms of this show and much of our editorial staff has always been in Atlanta at that iconic building, CNN Center, known as CNN's World News Headquarters. Starting today, Monday, our team will move to a new home just a couple of miles away, but it's actually the new home is actually the place where CNN founder Ted Turner started the network back in the 1980s, or back in 1980. All right, we'll close out on Monday there. Have a safe day. Come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. We'll be talking Old Man Winter. All right, and happy Halloween.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but